Yeah. Hey, what's up, Boom? Good day, sir. The dry hills and the halls of the dead. You getting your hair did? Oh, good. Is it gonna match your shoes? We're here! Getting it purple? How do I reach these keys? You should get a mohawk, dude. Get a sweet mohawk and dye it fucking bright green. Come on. I think we're eventually gonna get there, Lewis. It's like the past's fucking styles are all repeating and shit. We're gonna see bell bottoms and all that come back. Not enough monsters out here. Halls of the dead. Hell rune, motherfucker. You guys, Monday was a week. I think today's like 10 days or something without smoking. We're doing the damn thing. I'm starting to get more and more out of my lungs as well, which is awesome and gross. Food is tasting better, though. Like, you know, they say weed makes food taste better, and it might. Like, if you smoke it every once in a while. But if you're doing it, like, all the fucking time like I was, I think my sinuses were just, like, coated with some sort of something, you know. It just made it to where I couldn't smell things very well. I couldn't taste things very well. Because now I'm like, wow, food is really good. Probably, Lewis. I could start a Harley right now. I got so much lung capacity. Went into a room full of bullshit there. An embossed plate. Than I want, I don't think, but Atma's whale. Got a lot of defense, but I don't need it. Really want is a jaw rune, so I could make Callie Enigma. That would be awesome. Since not yesterday, because I don't think I streamed yesterday, but the last time I streamed, I found a burr rune on stream again. Now we've got a burr and a sir. No jaw, though. They took our jaw. I think I might name a character that next one I make. What I've been doing is just joining lobbies that are kind of full. And then I hit River of Flame. Emptying. Been going for 18 minutes, but let's check and see. There's 6 people in there. Somebody was here. I see some gold. What rune? Hey, zombie boss. It's going pretty good. Yesterday was kind of weird. There was like hardly any good drops all day. Like even Callie come home from work and she was just like, what the hell? And then I was playing with randoms and they were asking too. They're like, have you guys got anything good today? Nobody has. I got the last bit of luck on stream the other day when I got that burr rune. Came here to the forge, looks like. You didn't kill everything. But everything else has been done, though. Lobby's too old. This guy's gonna terrorize the whole game or something. He's a level 96. It's crazy. yeah, he just terrorized the whole game. That's pretty badass. Although it's going to be crazy in here. Dude, motherfuckers are trying to PvP in here. I don't fucking think so, man. I don't know what that means. I don't know if I think both parties have to accept it. No, it just says we're hostile towards each other. That's weird. Why the hell would they do that? Probably to try to get people out of here, I guess. But I don't have any idea how the PvP works in this game. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what that was. What's up, Pete? Yeah. Yeah, I joined a game where the guy said he was going to terrorize the whole game. So he did. He used shards to... There's these new shard things that you can use, right, to terrorize each act. So he did that. He terrorized acts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then he told everybody to pick a place to go kill shit, and if they needed help to tell people. And then I said I was going to be in River of Flame. And then the next thing I knew, he had declared hostility towards me, and so did this other guy. So I look at the party thing, and it's showing that these two guys are like hostile towards me, and I don't know why. And then I don't understand what that means. Like, do I have to accept some sort of duel? Do I just stay out in the world and get killed by these motherfuckers? I don't know. Like, I've never done PvP in D2R, ever. Ever. So I have no fucking clue. And then I look it up. I'm like, what? How does PvP in D2R work? And it says a bunch of bullshit. It doesn't really tell me, like, what I want to know. Like, what I want to know is, do I have to fight those motherfuckers? Like, was I also needing to declare hostility, or what the situation was? And there's no clear-cut information about that. And so I even kind of asked the guy, I was like, I'm not really sure what's up with PvP. I don't know why you declared hostility. And then he just didn't fucking say anything, and so I left. And that's pretty much where we're at. I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know. I was just wanting to run River of Flame by myself. Try to get a high rune. Kill some shit. Yeah. That was it. That's all I wanted to do. Yeah, see, online it doesn't really say. Like, it says they get your gold and your ear when they kill you. But I don't know, like, do they get my whole fucking... Like, do they get my enigma and everything? Like, I fucking have no idea. And I'm not gonna just, like, learn the hard way like that, you know? Like, oh, just kill me and take my shit and we'll just find out, you know? Not interested. Yeah, they do. What? Yeah, I don't know, because it said they didn't online, but... Just says gold in your ear. But that's the problem, is I can't get a straight answer anywhere, I guess. There's no way to know. Yeah, I looked it up. I fucking... Like I said, it says the stupidest shit. It says everything as if you already know the answer, which really pisses me off. Like, I want to know every aspect of the mechanics of the PvP. I don't need to know, like, what the meta for PvP is, you know. Like, they explain it as if I already know a whole bunch of shit. And it's fucking stupid. Like, you have to explain it like I don't know anything about it. Not fucking, oh, you know, here's information with the reference of you playing this game forever. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it's fucking weird. Like, why would they do that? Like, start from the beginning. Don't start, like, in the middle of the explanation and just be like, oh, so anyway, like I've been telling you for the last couple of years, like, I don't know shit. It's fucking annoying. Like, I think Google has gotten worse with that shit. Like, it thinks it's getting smarter with its answer, and really it's just getting fucking stupider. Because I can't fucking figure it out. God damn. Shit. Like, I need to know if I... Like, it just didn't make any sense, because I went here to the party thing, and it showed 2 of their names as fucking... Like, I don't even know. It just showed 2 of their names as hostile down here at the bottom, right? And I can see... God damn it. It is so fucking annoying, because I'm on my controller, and I want to use my mouse. But I can't, because as soon as I click, it fucking takes it away. But see, I can click on this right here. Click to go hostile with this player. I didn't fucking do that earlier, though. So I'm not understanding. Does it just have to be one of us? Like, is it not a duel agreement where they invite you to duel and then you fucking accept that duel? Like, I don't get it. Because it seemed like they just clicked on this for me, and then all of a sudden we're just hostile and they could kill me. Like, that's literally what it seemed like. But there's no information on that. You can't fucking find out anything out. You just have to fucking wing it, I guess. Just go out there and die and then find out what you lose. Like, it should be, but is it? I agree with you that it should be, but is it? Like, that's the thing. No one fucking knows. I know it should be. That's fucking obvious. That's the first thought that popped up in my head. Why are these people declaring hostility on me when I didn't fucking accept? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't fucking duel somebody if they don't accept. But I don't know if that's the case here. I don't know. Like, I think maybe once they fucking declare hostility, they can come and duel me, and I don't have to accept. But again, I don't know, and I can't find that out. It's fucking retarded. Yeah, it doesn't go into detail. It just explains it as if you've been playing it for fucking 10 years. And it doesn't tell you fucking shit. It's fucking stupid, dude. It's like asking somebody how to swing a golf club, and they go into like the end game fucking strategies of golf instead of starting with the fundamentals of a golf swing. Like, god damn it. And that's the only time that's ever happened, too. Like, I've never seen anybody do that. So I just, I don't know. Not allowed to know. Guys are fast as shit. Kill it. Let's get this Grand Charm with like 3 to life, probably. Plus 2 to maximum damage. Yep. Trash. I don't even think it would be worth it for the gold. You'd maybe get like 900k, you know, if somebody's dumb enough to be running around full on gold, but... Yeah, so for sure you don't lose any gear when you die in PvP. That's pretty much what I needed to know. Yeah, I'm feeling great. Life is fun. There's like no mobs. Need a javelin. I don't think it would matter, man. Like, that's kind of the shitty thing, is no one really understands this game. So I can get like the best things in the whole game and no one knows or gets it or cares, because it's just, you know, it's not that impressive to people that don't know. Like, me having Enigma in the first week of ladder is truly fucking insane, because I've played off and on for 3 years and wasn't able to even get that. or getting two different Shakos on stream. Truly fucking insane. But, you know, it's just like, I don't know. There's not much reaction to most of the things that I do here. And I don't blame you guys because you just don't know, but, I mean, I don't know. It just makes it a lot less cool. I don't know. You know, like, the main reason people stream is so when they do something cool in a game, they look over and see people go, wow, that was kind of cool. But that does not happen a lot here. I guess it's probably because I play a lot of different games, so people just don't know what I'm doing. But that's kind of what it's like. Or like last week, I got people who seem to know the game, but they come in and try to downplay everything I'm doing and make it seem like it's not really that cool. And it's just like, dude. Fucking shredding shit on Players 8 with a character that's running basically bullshit. And then I start getting like, you know, crazy shit, and it's just like, oh, I would have better than that by now. Oh yeah, you know. It just makes me not want to stream. That's what it really comes down to. I don't want to do this shit. It's starting to feel like a waste of fucking time. I guess I'll do it for me, you know. That's where we're at now. Yeah, probably, you know. Or just that I have a stream or a bigger channel than they do. I don't know, you know. Like, it just sucks in general, right? Because I don't even feel like I can tell you guys because I don't want to bum you out or make you guys feel bad. But that's kind of what it's like, you know. It's yeah, dude. Well, you know, and it's weird that I have like a pretty decent little following of regulars, but I just can't seem to get anybody else. I don't know. What's up, Charlie? Like, I think I might hit 10K by the end of the year, but I doubt it. You know, and I'm like 200 subscribers away. But I've been, you know, less than 500 away from that for like 2 years now. It just kind of stays in that same spot. Yeah, it's probably for the best, Charlie. That game's a piece of shit. It'll just make you mad. No, I enjoy talking to you guys too, you know. It's just there a lot of times I'm wanting to have like meaningful conversations about things that are happening in the world or stuff, anything, and I will talk and then I'll look over at chat and there's like hardly any response. That's why lately I've just been shutting the stream off, because like I'll say something and I'll look over and no one reacts to it for 10 minutes and I'm just like, well, I guess there's really no point. Like, I struggle with small talk because I find it to be pointless and fucking stupid. I want to have real conversations about real things. And I find that to be a real big struggle here for some reason. I don't think it's your guys' fault. I think it's fucking YouTube probably just hates me. You know, so they do their best to keep me in a little box where I can't talk to anyone. Feel that more and more every day. Yeah, I know, and you know what? I watch people that don't know a fucking thing about the situation sitting there with fucking all sorts of people asking them about the situation. And then when I start talking about the situation and I actually know what the fuck I'm talking about, people don't seem to want to know anything I have to say. They just straight up fucking ignore me. It's fucking crazy, dude. Like, that's literally been going on a lot here the last few days. Where I'll be sitting in some other live stream where the streamer will sit there and straight up say, yeah, I've never been to war, I don't know anything about it, blah, 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 blah. And then I'm like, yeah, I have, and I, you know, I know. And they're just like, yeah, shut up, dude. Yeah, for sure. I hate liars. I was tortured as a kid about lying, right? Like, my dad would literally make shit up and say that I had lied about something and then fucking accuse me of this lie that I told, you know, and then sit there and interrogate me for hours about something I didn't say. And he would eventually, through, you know, fucking bullshit and beating the shit out of me and my little brother, he'd get us to admit to some lie that we had supposedly told, and we'd really get the fucking shit beat out of us. And so that's kind of why I don't like liars, and I don't like to lie. I can lie, but I don't like to, because it takes me back to a place in my life where, you know, lying was a very, very bad thing. It was unacceptable. but it was also all I was capable of for whatever reason, right? And I don't know, it just, yeah. I have no reason to lie ever about any fucking thing. I think it takes a lot of courage in most cases to tell the truth. It's knowing that what you're going to say to somebody is probably going to end your friendship with them. I don't care. If it's the truth, it's the truth. Yeah, I know. I've kind of thought about doing that. Like, you got these fucking streams of what's going on in the Middle East and shit. And it's just, I don't know. Watching people who don't know talk about it. It's pretty much what's been going on. I was looking at Iran on Google Earth and looking at their nuclear facilities. This is the Natanz nuclear facility in the center of Iran. And what's this down here? Oh my God. They're taking their underground. You can tell they're doing a lot of underground work because of this giant pile of shit. And there's another giant pile of shit here and here. Also, you can see when they started this work. Take the timeline back. 2003. They didn't have any of that. It was just some drainages and shit. In fact, all the way to 2020. There's 2019. Maybe they had some weird structures being built along the way there, but they weren't really doing anything significant yet. 2019. 2020, this is May of 2020, still nothing. June, December of 2020. What happened around that time? Didn't we have an election or something? Yeah, December of 2020. They start digging holes in the ground. And by 2022, you can see pile of dirt is getting larger. And then even larger. And even larger. Yeah, they just needed a little bit more pallets of cash sent to them like Obama did. I wish we could go back to when Obama was given those pallets of cash to Iran. Because I know I was saying that fucking it was a terrible idea and that it would all end up biting us in the ass. How we're going to give billions of dollars to the number one sponsors of state terrorism in the whole world, right? And they said, "Oh, it was because we owed them the money because in the 1980s they took a bunch of hostages and for whatever reason our government negotiated with the terrorists and decided that they would give them a bunch of money in exchange for the hostages. Well, then they never gave them the money. And do you think they deserved that fucking money? No, they fucking didn't. But Obama thought they did, and so did every one of his fucking supporters. Because when he did it, you couldn't tell them that it was a bad idea. Because if you said, hey, I think Obama giving Iran billions of dollars is a bad idea, you were double racist because you were racist for hating Obama and then you were racist for hating fucking Muslims. And now look at it. We've got fucking every allied nation in this goddamn region getting fucking annihilated by these motherfuckers. What's up, Brian? Yeah, I know. Sorry it's not so much gaming now. It's a delicate situation, this whole fucking Iran thing. You know, because I don't like war. I don't agree with the military-industrial complex. I don't like that. I know this war was basically started by that, right? Like it was started by the meddling of our government from one administration to another. That's pretty much what happens. You know, in fucking, what was it? When did Benghazi happen? Like 2011 or whatever? 11 or 2012? I can't remember exactly. Somewhere around that time frame. The Obama administration destabilized Libya and had the leader of Libya killed, basically. And they did it by arming the rebels there. And then they were also trying to arm and fund rebels here in Syria so that they would take out the leader of Syria. But they ended up saying, fuck Syria, and they went into Iraq, and they took a bunch of vehicles and equipment that the Obama administration had left behind for them. And then they changed their name to ISIS and started terrorizing the whole Middle East for the next, 10 years or so. Actually, what really kind of pisses me off about Iran is that back in like 2009, I told my ex-brother-in-law that if you were to look on a map, you'd see Iraq on one side and Afghanistan on the other, and that I thought that the reason we were stacking forces on either side was because the real target was Iran. And then, 15 years later, that's pretty much what's happening. I also can't help but wonder if this isn't just all about minerals. Iran's probably one of the most mineral-rich nations in the world. Look at it. Just fucking look at the geology here. Like, you see weird colored rocks like this, that means there's some weird minerals in there. That's where the good stuff is. Yeah, exactly, Reaper. Well, that's what it was back in the 70s. Iran was damn near a democracy, and then Islam came in and kind of took it over, and it's turned into what it is today, which I also think that's a problem. I'll be honest with you guys, I don't like Muslims. I don't trust any of them. We've been told for years that that there's bad Muslims that misinterpret the Quran, and then there's good Muslims that go to fucking the UK and just want to bring their curry recipes and shit, right? But the problem is right now in the UK, the quote unquote good Muslims that are in the British government are arguing for cousin fucking and marrying underage cousins and shit. Like they want that to be legal in this country. They want it to be legal to marry your cousin when she's 13 years old and consummate the marriage. You know, and those are the good ones, right? Like I see it for what it is. I think the whole Arab world is trying to take over the whole Western world, basically. And if they succeed, I don't think there will be much hope for actual freedom. I think the rest of the world will be or, you know, the world will become what the Arab world is, which is a dark and evil fucking place where there isn't freedom. I think it is too, Zombie Boss, but you know, there's definitely still the British people that live there, and what's going to happen to them, right? Like it's going to get really, really bad. Like we might start seeing some sort of weird ethnic cleansing going on in the UK where the Muslims start just eradicating all the whites, you know. It's pretty much what they're saying they want to do. But yeah, it's a pretty fucked situation. I guess like a quarter of the world's oil goes past this little fucking point right here, the Strait of Hormuz, as well as a lot of other goods and whatnot gets shipped through here. Because so much oil comes out of here, there's a lot that goes into here as well. Like all these giant fucking crazy theme park cities out here wouldn't exist without the shipping that's coming in. So yeah, it could get very bad here. I don't know. I just think Iran needs a full government reset, and they need the will of the actual people there, not the fucking Islamification of it. Yeah, there's probably a few, you know, and it's like I've said, Zombie Boss, going off of how the Secret Service protected Trump at Butler, Pennsylvania, I would assume that that's probably how they're going to protect us here in the United States if there's sleeper cells. You know, they'll probably monitor them. They'll probably document the fact that they're operating, but that's as far as they're going to go. They're not going to try to stop it. They're going to let people get fucking killed. They want to make Trump look like a fucking idiot and incompetent, and so they're going to try their best to make that a reality. You know, that's pretty much what I think it is. I think there's still a shitload of people within the different agencies that are compromised, and they are operating on their own little agenda to subvert the will of the people, to bring this fucking nation to the ground. I think the whole Democrat Party is part of a large sleeper cell. Like every fucking Democrat out there that's been waving a free Palestine, fucking now they're fucking cheering for Iran. Like I'm sitting there watching Lord of the Rings, and this orc army is rolling up on the fucking humans, and I think to myself, the Democrats would literally be sitting here next to me cheering for the orcs. Somehow in their twisted fucking minds they think the orcs are the good guys. Like it's the same shit. It doesn't matter the cause. It doesn't matter the situation. They're on the wrong fucking side of it. And they think we changed, right? Like, I never changed. I'm still just the same freedom-loving American that I grew up being. But these people are running around. You got women with armpit hair. They are fucking, all piercing their septums and just like they look like an actual freak show. And they think that they are the ones that have never changed. We have turned into Nazis to them. And I'm like, no, you guys turned into commies. Straight up fucking commies. And like I don't think it would matter. Iran could fucking sneak a submarine over to fucking New York and start toppling fucking skyscrapers, and these fucking Democrats would be out there in the streets cheering for it. They'd be like, "Yeah, take it down. Woo!" Like, they're just fucking nuts, dude. They hate the United States of America. They hate themselves. It's fucking... Oh, man. It's fun to know that you fought for their freedom, too, right? Like, that's the real tragedy in all of it. You don't get to choose whose freedoms you actually fight for. You just got to ensure that a bunch of fucking morons can have the right to ruin everything, I guess. Ranger Dave needs a Diablo 2 buddy to run with. Oh, good. Yeah. America used to be pretty cool. Now it's a bunch of fucking idiots, or it's half a bunch of idiots. I don't know. Epstein's Ranch, where once this giant mural of Obama stood. But even Google Earth's a part of that, because you can't find the picture anymore. I distinctly remember, and I have a photographic memory. I distinctly remember there being another image here in the timeline from 1 year prior to this one, where this was in pristine condition, and you could see every detail, especially this giant fucking circle in the middle that you can kind of see has a face on it, right? Like, I'm not fucking crazy here to say that that's a face right there. And I know it's a face right there because the pristine version of this, that's Obama's face right there. Right? It's smack dab in the middle of this crazy fucking thing at Epstein Ranch. Weird. Did you guys know that Epstein Ranch won the Powerball in like 2008? Kind of how he got a lot of his money. Oh, yeah. Noah's Brain Dump. Thanks for subscribing, man. Middle East. It's weird that we went in here in 2003. Now Iran is going to blow everybody up for going in there. I bet they were like, bet they're regretting that, right? We should have stopped them in 2003. I mean, I think there's parts of Iran that are pretty fucking nice. Like up here, along the water. I was looking at this morning. No, we never went to Iran. We didn't have a reason to. Imagine being the Google Earth car that did this shit. But yeah, that doesn't look too bad. There's some greenery, some palms and shit, you know? I'll show you where I went. So in 2003, when we went to Iraq for the initial invasion, I got on a naval ship on the coast of North Carolina because we were a amphibious unit, you know, so we could just fucking, well, we had to get on these things called an LCAC, or it's a light, or what is it? It's Landing Craft Air Cushioned is what it stands for. Where is it? Oh, it's right around Emerald Isle and shit. Yeah, here's J. Actionville, North Carolina, or Jacksonville, but we would call it J. Actionville because we're stupid, but, you know. Yeah, anyway, Camp Lejeune. I gotta find O Street. Okay, so this is 2nd LAR. This is actually where I lived. I don't think there's any street view on the base, though. A point-to-point starting in Montana. Yeah, I'll show you guys where all I went in my journeys. So, I was born... No, I'm just kidding. But no, so yeah, I'm from Northwest Montana. I had to get on a plane. I think we left Kalispell, which is weird. You know, it's typically I wouldn't fly out of Kalispell because it's very expensive. But the government was like, yeah, you're taking the nearest flight, basically. So I think we flew from Kalispell to like Salt Lake City. And then from Salt Lake City over to San Diego. Over to the whale's vagina. And when we got to the San Diego airport, you can see right here, this is the airport, and this is MCRD San Diego. So when you're in boot camp, the airport is right there, which is really fucked up because every single day you just want to go home. You know, you think you've made the biggest mistake of your life. It's just, what the hell are we even doing? And then right on the other side of the fence, like sometimes you'll be running along this road right here, and right on the other side of it is the tarmac. And you see planes taking off, and you know that those people are going home, and it is very demoralizing. But either way, went to boot camp there, well, for part of it. Then you go up to fucking shit. What the hell? I'm drawing a fucking blank here on what the other camp is on the West Coast. Camp Lejeune on the East Coast. And I can't remember on the West Coast. Fuck. That's bad. My brain is gone to shit. I think I've had way too many edibles in the last couple days. Last night, I ate a full pack of gummies. It was like 100 milligrams, and I had already ate 100 milligrams that day. Any airplane food? I don't know. I think we got peanuts and shit. It's just like a normal fucking flight. Camp Pendleton, that's what it was. I couldn't remember. Either way, you do, like the first 6 weeks of boot camp in San Diego. Then you do a month up in Camp Pendleton, and then you'd go back to San Diego for like the last 2 weeks or whatever, and then you graduate. And then once I graduated from boot camp, I had to go back to Camp Pendleton for LAV school. San Onofre Beach. That's not where I wanted to see. But these are all the different weird parts of Camp Pendleton, right? Like you can get into Camp Pendleton at Oceanside, California, and this is where we generally would go, or like on the weekends we'd go down to Oceanside and hang out, or sometimes we'd go to San Diego if we thought we had time. But yeah, Pendleton's kind of different because it's spread out. You've got all these different camps, and each one has a couple of different units in it. And I think the last one down here, yeah, so this is where the School of Infantry is. This is where I went after boot camp. You go to SOI. Well, if you're going to be infantry, you go to SOI or ITB, the Infantry Training Battalion at the School of Infantry. If you're going to be anything else, you still go to SOI. You just take a class called MCT, which is Marine Combat Training. And yeah, it's like a way condensed. It's like, well, and this was 20 fucking something years ago. I think their MCT was like 21 days, but it was 21 days straight in the field. Like those guys hated life. And it wasn't very fun. But again, it was only 21 days where we had to do like, I think it was 9 weeks of SOI. And then once I got done with SOI, I got selected to go to LAV school, which is also right here at SOI. So I spent the next 6 weeks learning how to operate the LAV. And then I got stationed at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina from here. So at first I was all right down there along the West Coast. But then they were like, well, now you're going to be over here. And then, I had only been in the Marine Corps for maybe 6 months, and I got sent over here to Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. And yeah, it's a lot more condensed. Well, and there's a lot to the base, like I was showing earlier. So yeah, typically the main gate for Camp Lejeune is down here. You'd be going along this highway, and then you would come off the highway and go. Let's see if they have any street view of it. Yeah, you'd pull up to this gate here, and then you would have a bunch of MPs sitting here checking the tag on your car to make sure that you were DOD personnel, or it was kind of around 9/11, so a lot of times they would just say pull over, and you'd have to pull into this parking lot, and they'd start searching your car. But then, you know, eventually you get allowed on base, and you got to drive onto base. Then we would come down the main road all the way to this big circle here, and then we go down over here to O Street, and then I lived here, actually at HP 504. Looks like they were redoing it, maybe redoing the roof or something. But yeah, there's HP 503, 504, and 505. I lived in 504, and this was our football field where we would go in PT a lot. And this is the ramp. When I say we would be down at the ramp, this is where we would be, right? Like we would be down here working on our LAVs, or this was the maintenance bays that you'd actually go inside of to do a lot of the big work, like actually pulling engines and shit, because there's overhead crane, overhead lifts and whatnot. But yeah, I pretty much lived here at this place. Our company office was right here. You can see 2nd LAR Battalion. This is company office. So we would have to, you know, go from the barracks to work and then to the office for formation. Like in the morning, we would wake up, we'd go up to the office, we'd fucking do our formation, which is pretty much them checking to make sure you're at work for the day. Then we'd go do PT, we would go run. You know, sometimes we'd come down here, we would run down to this street, and then we would run way, way, way down here to like wherever, and then we turn around and come back, you know, whatever. And then we would get done running right here, and then we'd go back to the barracks, and then it would be like 7:30 in the morning, and then we would go down here to the ramp and get ready to start actually doing our job for the day. That's true. I am going to date that dude's mom soon. But yeah, then when it was time to go to war, we had to go down here to Onslow Beach. And we sat here and waited for the giant hovercrafts to come pick us up. Let's see if we can find a picture of an LCAC so you guys understand. Actually, might find a video real quick. This is exactly what we would have been doing. That's the LAV 25 that I was a crew member of. That guy up there is the vehicle commander, I would assume, because he's standing in the vehicle commander's spot. And then right next to him, the empty seat is the gunner's seat. That could be the gunner just waiting, but I think it's the vehicle commander. He's got his 240 up there on the scissor mount, and then we would strap our packs and whatnot to the back of our hatch right there, because the hatch pretty much stayed open the entire time we had the vehicle out. These things are 8 wheels, right? In 4-wheel drive, which is the standard, only the back 2 sets of wheels work. And then when you put it into 8-wheel drive, you get 8 wheels all pulling, right? And these front 4 wheels are the ones that turn. Like they actually both sets of the front axle turns. The back does not. You've got propellers on the back of the vehicle and rudders, and on the front of the vehicle you have this thing called a trim vane, which is just a big piece of metal that slides up, you know, and it would stick up a couple feet in the front, and that makes it to where this vehicle can swim. You actually just drive it straight off into the water, and then it floats, all 14 tons of steel just floating in the water, and then you engage the marine drive, and the propellers spin when you give it gas, and you drive around in the water. And it's terrifying. These guys back here are the scouts. They are O311s, and they just kind of ride in the back. But they're part of the unit, you know, but they don't really do a lot of the maintenance or whatever on the vehicle. They're just more focused on their job, which is vehicle security, and then whatever they are tasked with when we would stop. A lot of times when we would stop, we would say scouts out. The scouts would get out of the back of the vehicle and punch out and do localized security around the vehicle. When I went to Iraq, we did not have these extra blast panels. These guys are like, try not to look bored. Try not to look bored. Got the barrel covered up because he's going to be out in the open water. Oh yeah, dude, you get 5 or 6 dudes in the back of that LAV, there's no fucking room. And it sucks. It's hot. It's fucking sweaty. It's humid because you're at the beach. Here comes the hovercraft. They say that these things fly. The operators of the LCAC are considered pilots because they are slightly up off the water. And riding on one of these is kind of terrifying as well because you just think, man, this thing is a little bit delicate. I don't know. You know, there's like they come around and they check your whole vehicle and make sure that there's not anything loose that could end up getting sucked into the propellers because they say each one of the propellers in these fans is worth like $500,000 or some shit. And if the propeller goes down while they're trying to fly out to the ship, like the thing could sink. I think that's like the way that the air is generated for the cushion is through these big fans. Well, and maybe a lot through these intakes as well, but yeah, pretty damn scary. You also have to fucking gripe your vehicle down to the deck of this thing. Like when you park your vehicle up there, the operators of the LCAC tell you exactly where it needs to go because it has to be proper weight distribution on the deck. You know, you can't just park wherever the fuck you want because they need a even load. I think they could take 5 of our LAVs, but they could only take 1 Abrams tank. So yeah, they'll come up, land on the beach, deflate the cushion. Then they have a ramp on the front and the back of the LCAC that will lower and allow for the vehicles to drive off. This is an LAV AT. You can see it's got a big hammerhead missile launcher system on the back there. It's not the LAV-25 that I operated. There's different variants of LAV. And the LCAC guys were actually really cool. As far as the Navy goes, you know, I didn't have a great experience with a lot of the Navy personnel on the ship we were on, but the LCAC guys seem to be like different, you know. They didn't act like that. Maybe it was because they had to kind of work with us directly, you know. A lot of the Navy guys didn't. They would just see us and be like, ugh. This poor driver. But yeah, either way, we would have to load up on this fucking thing and then take it out to the boat. I wonder if they show him actually going to the ship. Doesn't look like it. That's an LAV-L. Straight open. Or it could be the mortar. The L and the mortar LAV are almost the same. They just have like a slightly different back, I guess. 25. Get that 240 mounted. But yeah, that's what I did. LAV 25. So anyway, we got on the fucking ship at Onslow Beach. And then we rowed. We had to row the boat. No, I'm just kidding. But we rowed the ship all the way over here to the Strait of Gibraltar. And then we went through that. And then we went over to the Suez Canal. And then we went through that. And then we went down through the Red Sea, through the Gulf of Aden, around through the Gulf of Oman, into the Persian Gulf, and then we went right up to Kuwait, to the Kuwaiti Naval Base, which I don't know exactly where it is. I imagine it's these ports. And it looks like it, but that's like a power station or something. I don't know. But either way, we went to the Kuwaiti Naval Base, wherever that is. Guess I could type it in. Let's see. Way off. No wonder it was so fucking far to drive. I mean, I'm not really that far off, you know, just down the way. The hell is that? That's kind of cool. Kuwait's actually a really badass country. When we were on the highway going up to Iraq in Kuwait, we were getting passed by Ferraris and shit, you guys. And their highways are fucking badass, too. They're, like, super clean, fucking really well lit and shit. Like, I think we were on that highway, basically. This one. They've got to have some street view here, I bet. Nope. Yeah, imagine you're coming home from Iraq and you're coming into Kuwait and you're heading to the naval base to get the hell out of there, and you got Kuwaitis passing you in Ferraris, dude. Yeah, we pretty much come up here. We were living out here in the middle of the desert. This is Camp Beering, which I came here in 2005 on my second deployment. And, you know, this was huge. This was really well established then, and it was like, whoa, you know. But when we came over in 2003 for the initial invasion, we were pretty much just living out here in the middle of the desert in the shit. See, well, even back in 2005, I guess that was there. I wonder where our square was. We were seriously just like this. Like, it was like a square Oh, yeah, that says former Camp 93. So, yeah, I don't know what the name of the camp was, but it was seriously, they just carved squares in the desert. And then there was a lot of hand digging as well, because I was on a working party where we had to do some hand dug scud trenches or scud bunkers where we were, maybe going to go jump in a hole if a scud ended up coming our way. But yeah, then we ended up moving right up to the border of Iraq. And I think, when we first crossed in, we ended up along one of the main routes, and there was like just a really stupid little bridge that they put us on. Well, let's kind of back up a bit, because, it's open desert, like this western side of Iraq. It's kind of open desert, right? And then you've got the Tigris and the Euphrates River go right up the middle, and that's why it's so like lush along the center of the country, and that's why all the cities kind of follow that line, or whatever, those two lines, the two different rivers. But for the first actual day into Iraq, it was just open desert. I remember all we did see that first day was like sheep herders and, the Bedouins. They were just out in the middle of nowhere. And then the second day, I think, was when we ended up on one of the little bridges. And we were kind of outside Nasiriyah here, but I don't know. I have no idea exactly where. It was just a little canal bridge somewhere along one of these routes. And then we were getting reports that there was things going on in Nasiriyah that needed help, and so they told us we were going to be heading there. And then we did, like, it was like the third day we headed for Nasiriyah, and our regiment had a huge, like, base right outside of town. So it was like around here. You'd have to go back to see if there was shit there, because I know there wasn't, basically. Like 2010 is as close as we're going to get, I guess. But you can kind of see out here on the edge of town, there wasn't much out there, just like where we had camped, basically. Like we had set up a fob pretty much right here. And, we got there that night, right? And so they told us that we were going to go in that night. And so when we first got there, I was like, oh, shit, here we go. And so I started getting everything ready. Like the cannon on the LAV needed to be greased. There was things that needed to be done before a big firefight, basically, like that, And so I went through all these pre-checks and made sure we were ready. And then I'm sitting there in the turret waiting to go. And I think, at that point, the whole unit, every one of us had been awake for, like I said, 3 or 4 days. And we were fully expecting to be going into Nasiriyah right then and there. And for whatever reason, we didn't. And, we just sat there until morning. And that was the first bit of sleep that I actually got when we were in Iraq. I just fell asleep with my head resting on the sight block in the turret, basically. And then, it felt like 5 seconds pretty much. And I don't even know what time it was when we rolled up here. It could have been 3 o'clock in the morning, and then we woke up at 5. I don't fucking know. I don't even know who all slept. I know I slept, but I don't know if my vehicle commander or anybody else slept, right? Either way, that's kind of my point of view of it. I woke up and it's first light and they're saying, okay, now we're going. And so we take off up this road. And first you had this bridge, which goes over some railroad tracks. And this is kind of a high point right here. And once you went up and over this little hill where that bridge is, you couldn't be seen by the regiment anymore. So our fob right here couldn't see us once we went past this line right here. And then this next line was this major intersection. This is where Jessica Lynch's convoy was supposed to make the left-hand turn, but they did not. And they ended up going straight up into downtown Nasiriyah. And once you crossed the bridge over the Euphrates, or going into Nasiriyah, from here to here was Ambush Alley. There's a show on the Discovery Channel, or maybe the History Channel, called Shootout, and they cover a lot of different famous shootouts, like the Hollywood Bank shootout, all these different ones, right? And one of their episodes is called Iraq's Ambush Alley, and it's about this place and that incident, basically, or what I'm about to tell you guys. But either way, Jessica Lynch's convoy went through, they were supposed to make this turn here, but they ended up going up through Nasiriyah. They made it all the way up here, and they started taking contact. They started getting shot at, so they turned around and they come back. And when they got up here, they kind of figured out that they had missed their turn. They were supposed to go and keep going up this way, and there was pretty much, no way to go except for to go back. So they turn around and they go back through Ambush Alley. And then when they started going back through Ambush Alley, they started really getting ambushed, and the convoy got broke up. There was, just people getting killed all over the place. There was an army sergeant that got out of one of the vehicles, and he fought from, I don't even know, from the middle of Ambush Alley almost all the way to the end of it. They said that he was caught by the Iraqis and executed somewhere in the last 2 blocks here. The dude almost fucking made it. And so, Jessica Lynch's convoy had been hit the day before we were coming through. Somehow they had got, ahead of, this was a maintenance convoy that somehow had got ahead of the forward units, right? And for whatever reason, there was some recon unit that had went through Nasiriyah, and they said that they thought it was friendly. The people there were waving and shit. And so, Jessica Lynch's convoy, or that unit commander or whatever, thought that Nasiriyah probably wasn't that hostile of a city, which proved to be false. But either way, their convoy gets totally fucked, and a lot of people got killed and captured. And then they sent our unit up through. So the next day when we come through, it was to escort fuel trucks through Ambush Alley so that they could get up here to the north, because pretty much right after Lynch's convoy got hit, a Marine convoy got sent in to try to go help them. And they didn't want to go straight up this route for whatever reason. And so they went around. And I think there wasn't really this buildup of houses and shit like this. And out here on the east edge of the city, a lot of the tanks and AAVs that had went up to try to help, they were getting stuck in this mud out here. And so then they were trying to get unstuck from the mud. They were getting shot at from the city. It was just a fucking shit show, because it was actually not just mud. It was sewage mud. And so the following day, my unit comes in, and we escort fuel trucks through Ambush Alley up to the northern end. And then those fuel trucks were able to go over and refuel the tanks that were stuck, and refuel, all the vehicles basically, and get them the fuck out of there. And then, so when we went through Ambush Alley, we went very fast. Our vehicles can drive a bit faster than they say on paper. So we went really fast through this place. And the whole way through, I was a gunner on the LAV-25 that first tour. So I was sitting in the turret, looking through the sights, seeing all the things, basically. And it's kind of hard to believe, I guess, because when you look at Google Earth now, it doesn't look like much following this route. You know, there's no buildings here. But you can kind of tell that there was. You know, like look at this footprint of a building right here. This whole long block. Like this, the reason this isn't buildings is because it was Ambush Alley. But all those buildings were basically, blown up in the process of us having to go through there a bunch of different times. And it was, it was done just to make it a safer route for us, I guess. But yeah, that was the situation, is that we drove through that morning, and coming through, I could see we had coalition vehicles that were destroyed in the roadway that I was looking at. There was Marines and soldiers in the buildings along the route as well that I could see. So as we're flying along this road, I'm looking through my sights off to the right, and I would see like a Marine in a building, and I could see him aiming and shooting at somebody. And then as we went past the next building, I would see the Iraqi that he was shooting at, and I'd see them shooting back and shit. Like I'm witnessing a firefight that's just, unfolding down this whole route as we went. And we were going so fast that I couldn't shoot. There was seriously no safe place for me to shoot anywhere, and I didn't even try. I wasn't even given an order to shoot, so it wasn't even a thing, basically. But we ended up driving all the way through, and then we drove all the way up here to this northern road. And when we got up here to this spot, it was like a normal neighborhood. There was people walking around. It was, it didn't seem like anything to be concerned about, I guess. But then they called us on the radio, and they said we had went too far to the north, and so we had to come back. And so we come back down, and it was like they had all our different vehicles, or maybe it was up there. No, I think we were somewhere down here closer to the bridge. But either way, they had us come back, and we were online along this road facing north. And it took like 2 hours or so for them to refuel the tanks over here and get them unstuck. But once the tanks got unstuck, they come up and they joined us online up here. And as soon as they joined us online, they started firing at the buildings up here along this stretch where we had just been. And we were like, what the hell? We were just over there. That's, non-combatant area almost. And so I wanted to know what the hell was going on. And on our vehicle, we had radios where normally you'd sit on the company frequency and the platoon frequency. But because I wanted to know what was going on, I switched our frequency to like some of the higher ones where I was listening to battalion chat, or, you're listening to the higher ups talking about this shit, right? And I was listening to my company commander talking to the battalion commander, and they were saying that the night before they were taking fire from this area up here, and so they wanted us to engage said area. And so then our company commander came over the radio and told our platoon commander that we needed to go ahead and engage the fucking people up here. And our lieutenant went over the radio and told them that we had just been there and that it was basically women and children, and that he didn't want to do that. And then the captain came back and said, well, this is coming from higher, you have to do it. And then my lieutenant went back on the radio and said, yeah, but we were just there. It really was not fucking combatants. And then the executive officer of our company, another lieutenant, come over the radio and pretty much yelled at him and told him to just fucking do it. And so then he come over the radio and gave us the fucking fire command to light up this fucking neighborhood up here. And then we did. And it was probably one of the worst days of my whole life. And then we kind of stayed there for like Well, the weird thing was is we engaged like we were told, and then right after that, it was like the world's worst sandstorm came in, and I think for about 2 days we were kind of stuck right here with no, like, we couldn't see shit, and it's a pretty well documented sandstorm that happened where it kind of shut down the initial invasion for a day or two because nobody could fucking move, man. It was bad. But once that sandstorm cleared, we were told we were going to come back down through Ambush Alley and go back to the regimental main down here at our fob. And we were ending up going to do it at night. And so we waited for nightfall, and then they were going to try to walk us through with artillery. So basically, as we drove along this route, they were going to drop artillery rounds along the side of the road to scare the enemy away from the road as we made our way south. But what the artillery guys didn't understand was how fast our vehicles could actually go. And so they started dropping the rounds, and we start driving. Well, we start taking contact because the fucking artillery is not really suppressing the enemy that well. And so the enemy's fucking shooting at our vehicles and shit. And so we start driving a lot faster. Well, then we actually start catching up to the artillery about halfway through Ambush Alley, and we pretty much have to stop because they're still on their fire mission. They're going to launch these fucking rounds no matter what. So we got to wait for the rounds to hit in front of us before we can keep going. And we're sitting danger close. Like, there's shrapnel flying through the air. You can see it in the thermals. It's fucking crazy. And then the enemy is shooting at us still. The enemy manages to blow one of the fucking trailers off of one of our trucks and basically put us in a situation for food and water for the next 2 weeks. But, we managed to get through. We get across this bridge here. And then my platoon was the lead platoon of the whole convoy, right? So I'm fourth vehicle in line of this, like, I don't know, 100 vehicle convoy or some shit. And we come rolling in to this fucking intersection right here. And my lead vehicle was Sergeant Keisler. He was the man. He was awesome at everything he did. He was our land nav guy. He was probably one of my favorite Marines, if I'm being real. He was just a cool fucking dude. Well, either way, he was lead vehicle, and when his vehicle got here to the intersection, our platoon was gonna hold the intersection and let the rest of the convoy push through and make their way into the regiment first, right? Like, we were going to end up being the rear of the convoy once everybody made their way through the intersection. Well, as we got to the intersection, Sergeant Keisler stopped. This fucking weird overpass network here was not here. It was literally just a four-way. But either way, he pulls up, and he's looking this way. My vehicle is about here, and I had the cannon pointed this way because I could tell, and just going off our sectors of fire, like, I'm covering the rear, and then I kind of know that the other vehicles are going to be looking this way, so I was looking this way. Well, I heard Sergeant Keisler come over the radio right as his vehicle stopped here, and he said, "We got 4 guys approaching from the northwest. Looks like one of them's carrying a broom." And then I heard, "RPG team!" And as he was screaming that over the radio, I could hear his gunner already shooting the cannon, which his gunner was named Keller, and Keller didn't even wait for a fire command, which was smart because he didn't have time to, because an RPG is a serious threat to an LAV. So either way, they start lighting up this 4-man RPG team and take them out. Fucking, I'm looking over this way. Well, my vehicle commander reached down and grabbed his joystick, which overrides mine, and he spun the turret around to where I'm facing this way. And, back then, there wasn't near as many buildings here. I wonder if I can go back. Probably doesn't do a very clear image here. Like you can see that over the years, this built up a lot, to be what it is as far as buildings go. But when we were there in 2003, there wasn't hardly any buildings right here. And so you could see this wood line, which I believe is following some sort of creek or something. And that's where the enemy was. We were on this road, and it was like my vehicle, then the next vehicle, then the next one, and then Keisler. And as Who's spun me around and had me facing the tree line, I could just see different heat signatures, different guys all in these trees, and we just started lighting them up. And it was weird. Like, that was one of those firefights that seemed like it went really fast. Like it was over relatively quick. And then we stayed right there until morning. I don't know why. I was a lance corporal, so I'll never fucking know. But that morning when it got light, and I don't even know what time we were shooting these motherfuckers, I have no idea. But either way, as it got light, I could see like all my brass, and everything that I had shot. And it was a lot more than I remembered for some reason. Like, it seemed like the firefight was over very quick. But then when I looked at all my dunnage on my vehicle, I realized, yeah, we had a pretty intense firefight. And it just seemed like it was not. I don't know. Charlie, what are you doing? My little dog here probably wants out. But yeah, that was one of the worst situations we had right there. And then, so it just gets worse from there too, actually. Yeah, it does feel like a whole life ago. But I'm going to go let my dogs out real quick. So yeah, anyway, it just kept getting worse because as we were engaging the fucking ambush that was trying to happen, the rest of the unit made their way through our lines or whatever and started heading for the regimental main. But like I had said earlier, once you had crossed this overpass over this railroad tracks, you were out of sight of the regiment, right? Well, as they were coming back, this is the first place that the regiment actually saw them on their way in. And the problem was is the regiment was also taking fire from the city all along up here. So we're basically coming towards the regiment with the enemy shooting at the regiment from our direction almost, which the regiment, our own guys, thought that the vehicles up here on this overpass were enemy vehicles, so they started shooting at them. And then that turned into this whole shit show where the platoon commander of the platoon that was on the overpass here started freaking out on the radio, and he screamed, "I'm 6 inches from death," over the radio. And then, the rest of the companies, like back here behind them, they can't see what's going on. I'm all the way back here on the intersection. All I'm seeing is the faces of my friends, dude. Like, I shit you not, I had went through LAV school and boot camp with a bunch of different guys, and we're all in this same unit. Like, there was a bunch of us new guys that ended up at the same unit. Or, it was just guys that I had trained with over the last, 6 months or whatever before we went even. But either way, as the screaming is happening on the radio, I'm like seeing flashes of different faces in my mind, where it was all my friends that I knew were in the vehicles. Like when they were saying the crew names, or like when they would say what vehicle was coming over the radio, I kind of knew who their driver was. I knew who their gunner was, right? So I could see their face, and it was like they were dying, and that's what I thought. And I think that's why I was seeing their faces like that. Like, it was freaky as fuck. It was like it was like I could have been going through like a bunch of different trading cards of them, and it is what it reminded me of, like a slideshow almost. But either way, I'm sitting back here listening to all hell breaking loose up here. First platoon's lieutenant was freaking out, and he was telling his gunners to engage the regiment. So you got Marine Corps LAV 25s firing at Marine Corps Humvees and 7 tons and Marines down here in this camp. And then they are also shooting at them, and they start shooting mortars and artillery at them, trying to take them out, which normally when you go to shoot mortars and artillery, you don't usually hit the first, where you're trying to hit at first. You might hit a little far back, or you might hit a little short. Well, they were hitting a little far back, which was putting their rounds really close to the rest of us in the convoy. And so it's just getting worse by the second. And our company gunny was somehow stuck on the bridge with first platoon. Like, he had tried to drive through, and their vehicles were just blocking him. So he come over the radio at first, and I heard him go, "Move that fucking LAV," and you could tell he was mad, dude. And then he come over the radio again. I can't remember exactly what he said, but I could tell he was scared. And that freaked me out, because my company gunny was a fucking hard-ass motherfucker. Like, I didn't think there was anything that could scare him, but he was scared. And then he come over the radio that third time, and he was more angry than I've ever heard him in my life. And I thought everybody was dying on the bridge. I really did. And we don't even know, like, we're sitting back here listening to first platoon saying that they're getting hit, and we don't even know who's actually shooting at them. So I'm listening, my company XO is telling first platoon to just fucking go all out and use everything you got. And we're just back here thinking, fuck, they're getting fucked, and we're next, right? And somehow in all this craziness, people started figuring out that this was a friendly fire situation going on. And one of the drivers in one of the vehicles back here, I know who he was. He was a corporal, but he was a driver, because he was like the fucking captain's driver or whatever, or some shit. But he used a Red Star cluster, which is like a flare that we would use in training, and he shot it up into the air in the middle of all this shit, and that basically signaled to the regiment two things. One, we would only use Red Star Cluster to signal ceasefire. So we were saying to cease fire. And then two, that we were friendly forces, right? Because the enemy don't got Red Star Clusters. So when that driver popped that Red Star Cluster, it ended the engagement. And thank God. Luckily, nobody on our side was killed. There was one of our Humvee drivers had bullets, or a bullet came through the windshield and stuck in the steering wheel of the Humvee. Like, he's sitting there in the driver's seat. The bullet was meant to hit him in the neck probably, and it stuck in the fucking steering wheel. But he got glass all in his face from the windshield, and so he ended up getting a Purple Heart for that. And then there was, I think he was like the Mortars Forward Observer or whatever. He was riding in one of the LAVs. He said that he looked down to look at his map and then looked back up, and in the time that he had looked down, he got 2 5.56 rounds stuck in his fucking helmet. And then yeah, basically once ceasefire was declared, we were able to make our way into the regiment, and that was pretty much the end of that fucking episode. And then about 2 days later, we were told that the enemy was using this railroad tracks as a supply route for their fucking bombs and whatnot, right? And so they wanted our platoon to go on a little recon patrol and go check it out. So we fucking leave the FOB, go up here to this fucking overpass where everything had went to shit, and we kind of dropped down and went around, and then we come out under it, and we were driving along the railroad tracks when we found like an onion sack right here along the railroad tracks, and sure enough, it had a bunch of mortars and like RPG warhead, you know, the rocket or whatever, the actual launcher part, or not the launcher, but the projectile part was, there was like a bag of them right here. And so, you know, we got 4 LAVs lined up along this fucking thing, and mine was the very last one because, you know, I was the rear vehicle, and all the scouts in the back of the LAV had got out, and they were getting ready to blow up the bag of munitions that we had found. And my lieutenant called in on the radio and said, hey, you know, we found some shit over here at such and such grid, and we're going to blow it up. And about the time he called in and told them that, we started taking fire from the regiment. So we're sitting here getting ready to blow up some enemy, you know, explosives and shit, or whatever the fuck, you know, some enemy munitions. And all of a sudden, we got rounds dropping on our fucking heads. And the first 2 LAVs in the convoy here started going this way. And then my LAV and my platoon sergeant's LAV, because we're in a section together, we started backing up and going towards the overpass, trying to get under it. And it's like, you know, I'm sitting in the LAV. I had the cannon pointed backwards, you know, watching our rear. And all of a sudden, I hear what sounded like machine gun fire at first, but it was because it was this shit called DPICM. It's like dual purpose improved conventional munitions, and basically it's an airburst artillery round that comes in, and like 100 meters off the ground it explodes in the air, and it releases a whole bunch of little bomblets that, you know, do their own explosion, but it's like a small one, right? But there's 88 bomblets per arty round. So I would hear this, and then like all these different secondary fucking explosions, right? And they were trying to get close. They obviously they weren't hitting us with the first round, or the any of them really, but it was just so fucking scary, dude, because like I hear the shit, and I popped up out of the turret and I looked to my right because that was kind of the direction I was hearing the fire from, or what I thought was gunfire. And so I was looking towards the regiment, which kind of tripped me out. I'm like, why am I hearing gunfire from the regiment? And then I realized, yeah, the whole like area around our vehicle is just exploding. Like there was kind of swampy area on both sides of these railroad tracks, and it was mud just flying everywhere on both sides of the railroad tracks. And so I'm like, how are they dropping an airburst round that's meant to hit a fucking certain area square, and it's hitting over here and it's hitting over here, but it's not hitting right in the middle? You know, and as we start hearing said explosions and fire, um, my platoon sergeant come over the radio, and he's already headed right for us in his vehicle, and I can hear him going, back up four, back up four. And so our driver comes over the intercom and he goes, what's going on? And me and the vehicle commander at the same time yelled at him, back up, back up. So he throws her in reverse and we start backing up. Well, the LAV can only go like 10 miles an hour in reverse. So it's the slowest, most painful journey to go from here to here, because the whole way we're getting shot at by fucking friendly artillery. And mind you, our other two vehicles had took off down the way. Well, they didn't make it very far. They ended up fucking losing control because it was just like a really big raised set of railroad tracks they were riding on, right? And they ended up going off the railroad tracks into the mud, and you know, one of the LAVs was stuck in the mud here for like the rest of the day. It turned into this crazy fucking operation to get them out. But then we get their vehicle unstuck, you know, and we ended up continuing our route. So we go down here to like this road, and then we come back around, and we ended up back over at the fucking regiment. But when we came around to here, you know, 3 LAVs were ahead of mine, and they come by and they make this turn. I'm in the last vehicle, and as we make this turn, I look over here, and on one of the rooftops, I could see an enemy combatant, and he was actually wearing an Iraqi uniform. It was like the only time that I saw the enemy in uniform. And I fucking told my vehicle commander, I was like, dude, look at that. And so he looks, and he sees, and not only is it one guy, but it's like 12 other guys on the roof of this building. And the other guys were not in uniform, but the one guy definitely was, right? And so we call the lieutenant, and we're like, hey, you know, there's enemy over here. And so the lieutenant is like, oh, we should use artillery and just watch them get destroyed, basically. And so we drive a little bit further down the road, and then we sit here and we watch our lieutenant call in an artillery mission on the building that those guys were on. And they seriously tried to drop, like, I think somewhere between like 6 and 10 different rounds, and could not hit the building that we wanted them to. Like, the lieutenant would call in the grid for the building, and then the rounds were hitting up in here. And this building was like right down here on the edge. And my lieutenant like ended up getting so pissed off that I don't think he could figure out how to adjust these rounds. You know, and so we were just taking out who knows what and who knows who. And that's always kind of fucking bothered me, because I'm the one that had to open my big mouth. You know, I'm the one that saw those guys when the other 3 gunners didn't. And if I didn't see those guys, well, they didn't get killed by me seeing them, so that's one thing, right? And who knows who got killed up here because I said something. Like, that's the fucked up thing, is we were just in Iraq fucking blowing everything up. Most of the people there didn't even know why we were there. And, we ended up going a lot of other places. Like, we were in Nazaria for that first week or so, and it was really fucked. We didn't have anybody get killed the whole time. And then the day we went to leave Nazaria, we take off, and I don't remember, which road it was or whatever, but we took off going west. I do remember that. Like, we went off this way somewhere. And along one of these roads down here, we were driving, and we came across some power lines that were kind of low. Our LAV-25s had these two antennas that would stick up on the back of the turret. Well, me and Corporal Who's each grabbed an antenna and bent it so that it wouldn't touch the power lines. We didn't know if the power lines were live, but we just didn't want our electronics to get fucked up if they were, right? So we bend our antennas down. Well, Sergeant Keisler called back on the radio, and he said, somebody needs to tell the 7-ton drivers to go down and around, because we were kind of up on this raised fucking ditch thing, like this roadway, but there was a road that you could take that would kind of drop you down below, and you would just kind of completely go away from the power lines. And the problem was the 7 tons, our trucks were a lot taller than our LAVs, and they did not have any fucking radios in the 7 tons. Imagine you're in the Marine Corps riding in a coalition vehicle and it doesn't have a radio. And that's what was happening, right? And so when Sergeant Keisler called back and said, somebody needs to tell the 7-ton drivers to go down and around these power lines, they didn't get the message, and nobody fucking stopped them behind us. And there was a guy riding in the top of one of the 7 tons on the top of the truck. You've got a fucking 50 caliber machine gun, and he was up top there manning that machine gun, and he had no idea that the power lines were live or whatever. And as his truck was approaching the power line was going to actually go under the barrel of his machine gun. And so he reached out to lift that power line so that it would go above his gun barrel, and he was instantly killed. And, we were in the middle of going wherever the fuck we were going. So basically our convoy halted right there where he died. His body and all his shit was thrown in the back of an LAV, and they hauled ass back to the regiment. And then as fast as they could drop all that shit off, they come back, and we left. And we didn't get to really do anything about it or say anything about it until we got home. Like months later. And yeah, we ended up, like I said, in a lot of different places. There was a lot of different little villages that we went to after that. I kind of fucking blocked most of it because I don't even remember. I know one place I remember other than Nazaria the most was Al Qut. Up here, this is kind of where we ended up. Another big ass city. But yeah, then once we were given the order to leave, that was, I think, well, we did go to Babylon at some point, but I don't know. I think we ended up over here too. Like, I remember seeing Diwania. Exactly where Babylon. That was kind of cool, actually, because there wasn't any fighting going on. It was just fucking weird. Babylon. Yeah, this is ancient Babylon where we went. There's this really old amphitheater here, which had a lot of marble and shit up in like the actual top. Pretty crazy. Then there was this weird little maze. Then there's this big structure. They told us that this is where Alexander the Great died. Like, this is actually where his fort was. Like, this throne hall or whatever. I think this was his bedroom, basically, where he died. And then there was, like, this giant fucking lion thing out here that we had to fucking get on top of like idiots. There was also some really, really ancient ruins back on the backside that we were told to stay the fuck away from, and we did, but it was cool because you could see like that the buildings were basically underground. And of Babylon, a bunch of us got on top of that thing and got our pictures taken sitting on top of it. There was also a gateway back here that we went through, which seemed like really historic, passing through this archway. But yeah, it was weird because this ancient Babylon ruins didn't seem that ancient. You know, if you look at this picture, that looks fairly new. But that's, what they said was basically Alexander the Great's fortress. And then everything else was much, much older than that. Like this over here is Saddam's temple or whatever, his palace that was up on the top of the fucking hill there. Good picture of it. That's just more of looking down at the other place. The Babylon Palace. I mean, I didn't really go up there. They said there was already a military unit in there when we got there, so we couldn't really go check that out. But yeah, this is supposedly where the Tower of Babel was built, and there was definitely mounds, that you could see where they had built something. Giant fucking mounds that you could like walk around on to get up to the top of, basically, like the one on with the palace there. This one. Yeah, it was really cool actually to be here. Well, and it was neat because like I said, there wasn't any fighting going on. We pulled in here and we were kind of like tourists for a couple of hours. It was weird. There was a lady here at Babylon that I met that she had lived in Iraq for like the last 30 years. And I think she was about 60. So she had grew up in the West and knew English really well. And I think she had got her college education in the West. But then she was living in Iraq and, studying their history and whatnot. And she asked me and another Marine if we wanted to talk to a couple of the Iraqis that had defected right before the war started. And so we were like, sure. And so we stood there and got to talk to a couple of guys who should have been fighting us in this war, but they had chose not to, and from talking to her, she was telling us from, what they were saying. And basically it was that they were making the equivalent of about $1 a month to fight us, and they knew they were going to lose. Like they knew they had absolutely no chance, and so they just didn't even want to do it. Yeah, I mean, there must have been. You can see, I mean, there's a lot of canal work and everything, and there is a lot of like agriculture here. I mean, look at how green that is, dude. You just don't expect that in Iraq, I suppose. But yeah, that's the weird thing is when you're in the center of the country along these rivers, it's kind of like Vietnam. It's fucking palm trees and vegetation. Then you get out just a little bit away from it and it's fucking desert. But yeah, Iraq. That was first tour. You know, we went to Iraq. We went up in all the way to Al Qut after Nasiriyah, which Nasiriyah was terrible. Then we ended up eventually leaving. And then for my second deployment, I was on what's called a Marine Expeditionary Unit. So similar to the first unit where we left North Carolina and then come over here. We went through the Strait of Gibraltar. Only, I think one of the first places we went to was Palma. This island right here. It's the island of Majorca, but the town of Palma or city or whatever, right? We went there and we got liberty, basically. We got a couple of days to party our asses off and hang out. That was pretty cool. And then we left there, and I don't remember the exact order of where we went to these places, right? But I know we eventually went to Rhodes, which is over here. It's part of Greece. But we got to have liberty here in Rhodes, Greece, which was amazing as well. I got to experience a lot of culture and eat a lot of really cool food. I got to have a gyro in Greece, and now I can never have a good one here in the States because they don't exist like that anyway. Yeah, and then we went through the Suez Canal like before, and we went over to Kuwait, and then we went into Iraq. And at the time when I went on my second tour, the majority of the fighting in Iraq was taking place in, like, I think they called it the Sunni Triangle, or, you know, it was like between Ramadi and Baghdad, basically, you know, and you've got Fallujah right in the middle, right? And they thought a lot of the foreign fighters that were coming into Iraq were coming from Syria, you know, and so they were doing their best to stop people from coming from Syria into Iraq. And then they thought that since they had stopped the people from coming from this way, they'd start coming through Saudi Arabia. And so my unit ended up getting sent down here to the middle of fucking nowhere, like the southwest corner of Iraq, for that 1 month that I was in Iraq on my second tour, which sucked. You know, we were just sitting down there doing nothing basically for a month. We were watching the Iraqi border patrol and they were watching us pretty much, and that was it. You know, we didn't have any firefights, no contact, nothing. We just kept hearing about our parent battalion that was up in the Sunni Triangle, and a lot of our guys were getting killed, which sucked, you know, because we're just down here doing nothing, and guys I know were up here actually fighting and dying, and we wanted to be there, but we had a mission down here for whatever stupid fuck reason. And then we ended up eventually leaving, getting back on ship, you know, and we did go to a lot of places over here as well. Like, I know we stopped in Bahrain for a day or two, which there really wasn't anything to do in Bahrain. I stayed on ship. That was pretty much it. I don't know. It was like when we would pull into a country, the nice thing is that they would bring these phone people on board, and you could like rent a cell phone basically, but it was by the minute, right? It was 50 cents a minute to talk with that cell phone. You had to take the cell phone and a fucking phone card to be able to use it. And 50 cents a minute was kind of cheap, because on my first tour going to Iraq in 2003, it was $1 a minute to call home. And, we were on a naval ship where there was 3 phones. There was about 2,000 of us wanting to use those 3 phones, and those 3 phones would only work for about 3 hours a day, and it was like a satellite signal, right? So you would basically, for the majority of the day, the phones wouldn't work. No one would be anywhere near the phones because they just wouldn't work. But every time you walked by the phone, you would also pick it up to see if there was a dial tone, because if there was, well, then you could be the first one on the phone, right? And then if you had, $100, you're on there for 100 minutes basically. And then, people would start lining up on the phones as soon as they would start working. And that's pretty much how it went. Like, it didn't matter what time of day it was. If the phones worked, you would use them. And if you could get the phone, you would use it. But it was fucking expensive. And I didn't like it, because it being a satellite phone, basically, you would say something, and then like 5 seconds later, they would hear it. And by the time they would hear you saying what you had to say, they would already be talking too. So then they would just be kind of talking while you were talking, and it just was really bad. It was really, really bad. Like, it pissed me off so bad using those phones that I didn't want to do it. And then my ex was getting mad at me for not calling her, because one of my friends would call his wife as often as he could. And so then she's finding out that this dude's calling his wife all the time. Well, why ain't I? And it's because I don't want to spend every waking hour sitting in line to talk on a phone that sucks. I'd rather write letters and shit or whatever. I just didn't like it. The phone situation sucked. I didn't have that kind of money either to just be talking on the phone all the time. So either way, I didn't like it. But yeah. It was a fucking $1 a minute, dude. I'm not even exaggerating. $1 a minute in 2003. But yeah, we went to Bahrain. Then we went to Dubai. I went to the Hard Rock Cafe in Dubai and bought a cheeseburger. It cost me $40 American currency in 2005. Well, it was 25 euro, and the euro was worth about $1.75. So yeah, it was like $40 for a burger. We also we went to Jordan on that tour. So we ended up pulling up way up into this bay here, or whatever this is, the Gulf of Aqaba. And right up there in the top is Jordan, or this port where we went, and we were docked right here when our ship got shot at by a rocket attack, which my unit was way up north. We were like somewhere up here in the mountains doing some training. But at our ship was down here in port, and there was like two Jordanians and an Iraqi or something had teamed up, and they shot a rocket from over here somewhere at our ship, which was lined right up here along this big dock. But they completely missed the naval ship and hit a warehouse back here somewhere, and they killed a Jordanian, and that was it. But because the ship got fired at, they ended up saying, we're not sitting here anymore. So then they pulled out and went out to like the middle of the bay, basically. And there was a bunch of Marines at the time that, they were doing like watch or whatever. They were pulling security out here on the fucking docks. Well, they ended up getting left. Like the naval ship pulled out so fast that they left a bunch of Marines sitting here on the dock. Also, the Navy personnel that were out on the dock literally dropped their rifles and their helmets and ran for the ship. And so when my unit come back from training up north, we found out that the ship had been fired on and that all our buddies that were doing watch down here on the docks, they were supposed to be doing like a 12-hour post. Well, they had been out there for like 7 days. You know, and they're walking around with like 3 Navy helmets and like 3 fucking M14s each because they had picked up all the Navy's equipment and shit. It was fucking crazy, dude. There was a chick on the naval ship. Her name was Jackson. And, you know, she was severely overweight, and we would make fun of her a lot on ship. And the guys said that when the rocket attack happened, she went running for the boat, and they said she was running in slow motion. How hot are the chicks? Not. There was one hot chick on the whole naval ship, and she was already taken big time. There was one chick that was not hot, and I swear she was some kind of prostitute because we'd be on the ship, right? And our vehicles were down in this thing called the well deck. It's like this fucking dank, nasty fucking parking garage in the bottom of the ship, right? And there was like an office down in there, and inside that office there was a couch and a bunch of shit. Well, we saw this one squid, this one chick, bring a different dude into that office like every hour on the hour. I'm pretty sure she was making the most money on the ship. Yeah, look at this place though, man. This is where that fucking, there's those one ruins that are just like carved right into the mountain. No, there was no Mama-san. There was no Tubuku or any of that shit. No one's ever said that to me anyway. Oh, yeah. We also went to Israel on my second deployment. We landed somewhere right above the Gaza Strip. I don't know exactly where. Yeah, that's what it is. It's Petra. The Petra ruins. Let's see if... I could have swore we drove past it. Yeah, because I think we went up this road. Yeah, I don't remember seeing it, but I remember seeing like the turn for it, basically, right? Like it was somewhere around here. They literally just carve into the mountain. I still think that other place in India is more impressive, though. But yeah, imagine doing all that rock carving and shit in the desert, dude. Fucking hot. And for what purpose, right? Like they just carve these crazy, intricate structures into these weird rocks in the middle of nowhere. Like who was meant to see this? Yeah, a lot of them did get kind of fucked up during the wars. That's kind of worrisome now, right? Like I'm worried Iran's gonna lob a fucking ballistic missile into the pyramids or some shit. A purpose we can't understand. Yeah, probably. What was that? There was a temple I was looking at over in India the other day. I can't remember what it's called. This is fucking crazy, dude. Like Petra is neat because they've carved like the front of the building into a rock face. This is they carved the whole damn temple out of the mountain. And they didn't just do it in one spot. Like this is the biggest one, but there's several down the way where they just like I was looking at this the other day, dude, and it just blows my mind because they had to have like walked up on top of this build or on top of this ridge or this mountain and just started carving their way down, and they literally punched this thing out of the rocks. Like you'd have to watch a documentary about this place to fully understand the details going on here. But look at up under, like down below and up under the fucking ledge, there's columns down there. And then just like, I've built shit in Minecraft a lot. And it's like, even when you have a plan and you know what you're trying to build, it's hard to actually take that out of your head and put it out there in blocks, right? And imagine like the ancients just walking up to this fucking ridge and being like, we're going to start chiseling right here. And then you're going to leave, who would have had the vision to do all this? And the thing that freaks me out is that it's like, it would have had to have been like one person or maybe a couple of people over the course of a long time that like told everybody how to do the work or what work they needed to do, right? Like one guy must have been walking around this job site like, no, you only chisel to right there and then you stop because you're going to be making a fucking some sort of goddess on the building or something, or right here is going to be this pillar. Like what, you know what I mean? Like they didn't have like a blueprint. But somehow they were able to just carve that out of the rocks. Like if you told me a guy took a wand and just waved it at the rocks and all that just appeared, I think I'd believe that before I would believe that somebody hiked up there and set about like 1,000 people just chiseling away at this thing, and they all kind of coordinated and built it a certain way. Like I don't know. None of it is believable. Either way, I'll believe either one because I don't know what to believe, man. But and how old? I don't know how old this place is either. You know. Yeah, yeah. The Antikythera mechanism is another one that's really bizarre. It's this fucking device that they found in the ocean that is just like a whole bunch of gears and all this stuff packed together, and they don't know what it was or what it was used for. Basically, they think it could have been some sort of computer. I think that before the last ice age, there was some group of humans that had an advanced technology beyond what we have today, and it was a different form of technology, like where we learned to make steam engines, and then eventually we learned to make the combustion engine, and we focused heavily on fossil fuels to produce our technological revolution. These people did something else, and then the ice age came. It basically wiped out most of humanity, and I think it also forced humanity to congregate in one region of the world, which was right along the equator. And then, they weren't really able to go anywhere else because of the fucking walls of ice that were there blocking them in to the center of the world. And I think that's when they lost the technology. Maybe the people who had the advanced tech that built all these monuments and did all this shit, they were, somehow made extinct, or it was like, imagine if a natural calamity happened now, right? Or some sort of terrible thing, we get some meteor impact and human population drops down to like 1 million people. You're still going to have motherfuckers running around with cell phones for like a couple of years probably. But then after that, no one's going to know how to charge them or make any of the components that made it or any of that. And then we would be like 2,000 years later, those people would be just getting their population to about what we were, I don't know, about 2,000 years ago. And then, they would just be living this really, like, primitive life where they wouldn't have any technology until somebody started inventing shit again. And then we go back through the process again. And I think that may have happened multiple times. I find it very, very interesting that even suggesting that that could have happened is a big no-no in the scientific community. Like Randall Carlson and who's that other dude? There's another guy. Can't remember his name right offhand, but there's these two dudes that have been suggesting, based off of the evidence that they're seeing with these monuments and whatnot, that there was some version of advanced tech back in the past. And that suggestion has been met with claims of racism. Like, I don't understand that. Why are people that suggest that there could have been an ancient civilization that had advanced technology being called racist? Like, it's not like they're saying that there was one particular group and that they are, evidence of some superiority or some shit. No one has made that claim except for the people who try to deny that there was any sort of advanced tech in the past. They say that the people saying that are racist for saying it. I just, I think that maybe there's a cover up there. Maybe they are trying to cover up the fact that there was some advanced group of people, and maybe it's not the group of people they want people to understand were advanced. Maybe if you say which group it is, you will be called racist because they don't like that group of people. Maybe that group of people has invented, I don't know, modern medicine, rockets, fucking satellite communications. Basically, we've taken the life expectancy of people from about 40 years old to about 90 years old. That group of people. What group of people is that again? The people who have pretty much created all the beautiful things of the world. Yeah, I can't put my finger on it. It's definitely a group of people that they don't want us to know are more advanced than everybody else. I don't know. It's probably, it's probably has a lot to do with that whole IQ by race thing. Or the fact that once they isolated the human genome, they shut the fuck up about it because they didn't want people to know that there's kind of a difference between all of us. Genetically. Africa is fucking huge, though. Like, what is out here? We'll go to the middle of nowhere. See if we can find a plane. There's probably snakes out there 50 feet long, dude. Yeah, but yeah, I think there was definitely, and I don't know who it was. You know, it could have been anybody, but there was definitely some group of people that were doing some advanced shit in the past. And it is odd that they don't want us to really know about it or even talk about it. Like they want us to think that the ancients were just using fucking Stone Age shit. I think it was sound, dude. I think the ancients figured out something with sound, or it's like every bit of matter, like even rocks and shit, have like this weird harmonic resonance. It's like a frequency that they vibrate at, basically. And maybe they figured out some other frequency that they could, you know, output that would cause things to move or you know, something. There seems to be evidence of them being able to liquefy rocks. Like there's a lot of places with these structures where that's what it looks like. It looks like the rocks were maybe poured or or there was some sort of chemical put on them that made them dissolve in a way or something. You just don't know. Your native Greek language, even they suppress knowledge and wisdom by altering and simplifying the language 3 times in a century. Archaic, demotic, simple. They remove the N letter at the end of the words. Contrary to the ancients who believed that the N at the end of the words tended to calm and vibrate the mind. That reminds me of this video I was watching the other day about music, how the guy was saying like you know, a song can have the same exact words, but the pacing of the song will make it different, basically. Like it can make it either like an innocent fucking kids song or like a marching order type song, you know, like you would like it's just there's different ways they use music to alter people's mindset and whatnot. This is another crazy place I've been watching for the last couple of years. It's called Neom, or the Line City. It's down here in Saudi Arabia, but they're going to create a city that will be a straight line. And it's going to be and like one end. That's about 95 miles. But the plan is it's like 2 parallel walls about 500 meters apart from each other running for, you know, 90 miles. And then between the walls is going to be the city. That'll be like a lush fucking jungle between these 2 walls right here in the middle of the desert. That's the plan, I guess. Who knows what will happen? You know, it might end up just being a weird line in the desert because they might not ever finish the damn thing. Yeah, I've heard that a lot with like language as well, though, right? Like especially with the Bible being translated from uh like Latin. You know, there's a lot of words that had like dual meanings and they just kind of threw one in. They just kind of guessed, you know, or whatever. So there's some mistranslations in the Bible that, you know, change the message. I don't have any examples. I can't remember, but yeah. I have been watching the live feeds as well of all this shit here lately, which is probably a bad idea, but it's one of the reasons I'm so friggin' stressed out. Oh, dude, you guys got to see this police activity video from the other day.
San Jose emergency.
Hi, I work on the, somebody just held on my Chelsea by gunpoint and is stealing a Corvette at the moment.
What kind of gun was it?
What kind of gun was it? It looked like a pistol. I think it's a pistol.
Dude tried to steal a Corvette from a fucking dealership. It didn't go well, apparently, because he's not driving said Corvette. Yeah, Pete, for sure, dude.
Copy north on Notre Dame, passing Carmel.
This is fucking crazy right here.
1182 Notre Dame.
So he's made contact with a couple of vehicles coming into the intersection, and then he stops and he's going to get out of the car. The first officer on the scene is going to come in and almost take the door off of this car trying to hit him.
He's going to be trying to...
As you can see. Now, these two, the cop and this dude, are going to have a gunfight, which has already started. This guy is shooting at the cop. He's going to run around and try to take cover behind his car. The cop gets out, engages, tries to get back into his car. This guy runs up on the car. If he would have ran up on the cop right there, he probably would have killed the cop. But he just didn't quite have the courage to make the corner here. The cop's already shot and bleeding all over the fucking place, which you'll see in a minute.
Code 3 fill.
And the cop leaves his car and is engaging from the back there. The guy's just going to jump in the cop car. But I think the cop must have the keys on him. You live in the southeastest part of Cyprus. Oh shit, audio judge, that's crazy, dude. You're right there with the shit. I'll go back to that here in just a sec.
He's out of the patrol car.
But yeah, so the guy decides can't take the patrol car and he's going to run up the street. Now the cop that he was fighting is shooting at him the whole way, and I think the cop hits him.
He's going to be running.
So the guy didn't quite make it to the car he was trying to steal, and he is now laid out on the ground.
Trying to carjack another vehicle.
And then here comes the other cop. And you got to really listen to the helicopter pilot's reaction here. All that white stuff is stuffing from that guy's jacket.
Shots fired. One of your officers,
Copy, shots fired.
Now there's literally an army of police here. There's actually 9 different body cams in this incident. Luckily, the cops didn't shoot each other, which is pretty remarkable because they were shooting from a lot of different angles and shooting over each other's fucking shoulders and shit. Well, this is the first cop that actually has the gunfight. And you can see the blood is flying. That right there is where the guy came running up on the car, and I think had he actually come around, he probably would have took this cop. I think the cop's probably shot in the head, judging by the blood squirting everywhere. Oh yeah, and if you listen pretty close, you can hear this cop car come in and hit this guy. Sounds like a whole other gunshot. This is the cop that hits the guy.
Location.
Ceasefire! Hey, line of fire this way! Line of fire this way! Don't move! Don't fucking move! Don't fucking move! Don't fucking move!
I don't think that guy ever moved again. Imagine you're just sitting at a light, and then all these cops come up and this happens right next to your car.
Hey guys, do well check on these people over there.
Now, if you're a Democrat and you're watching this, you're probably pretty pissed off because the guy you were rooting for got ran over and he didn't manage to kill any cops. And then he got killed. A real tragedy for you, isn't it, Democrats? This is another feed I've been watching here lately. The Intel cams.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was going to go back to Cyprus. So anyway, Cyprus is right here. They have a little British Royal Air Force base over here. Kind of, it's good that it's on this little knuckle, you know, because I think that's what got shot at the other day by Iran was the RAF. But Audio Judge was saying that he lives on the southeastest. So I would say you must live here then, near the Cape Greco Peninsula. We're probably up here by the Cyclops Cave. That's kind of cool sounding. See that? That's just the water. Picture. I don't see the cave, but it's probably there. But yeah, I bet, honestly, where is that? 100 miles. I mean, you probably hear some shit. And you probably do see some of the rockets in the air and shit at night, or even in the day. That was the thing when I was going into Iraq, in the initial invasion in '03. As we were coming in, like that first day, and even the couple of days before we crossed over, they were shooting fucking like cruise missiles from the naval ships into like Baghdad and shit, right? And so we would sit there at night and we could see them and hear the rockets flying over us. Well, yeah, and you got to think too, dude, like I've had this weird reoccurring nightmare for like the last 10 years where I see a nuclear explosion going off, and I'm so close to it when it happens that it wakes me up because I get scared. Like every time I have this dream, and we've all kind of been taught that Armageddon is not only a thing, but it's a place here in Israel, and as this shit heats up, I can't help but think back to what I was taught about the end of the world and things like that, and yeah, it would be really fucking scary to be sitting here in Cyprus waiting to watch that happen, right? Like, it's one thing for me to watch it on a live stream from way over here in the US, but it's totally different to be sitting right here looking at this shit right here, Yeah, I don't know, Audio Judge. That's scary, dude. Hopefully you got some water and food stockpiled and some sort of plan along those lines, I would say. And if you've ever looked into like nuclear protocols and what you would have to do if there was a fucking nuclear bomb dropped over here, you'd probably be close enough to catch some exterior blasts, right? Like there would be a lot of radiation hitting your island, possibly worse than that. I don't think so, though. I think it would mainly be fallout and radiation that you would have to worry about. And they say that it's basically 1 week. You need to get enough duct tape to be able to duct tape every seam of every window and door in your house. And then if you're outside when the blast happens, you need to remove all your clothes, put it in a bag, and burn it. And then, if you got any pets or anything that you want to live, it needs to be in that house with you for that first 7 days at least, while the fallout loses its fucking radioactivity or whatever. And it may be longer than a week, but that's what they say. It's like at least a week. You're going to want to be completely fucking buttoned up in your home. And that's if you've got a home left, right? Like that's the scary part is, if it actually hits close enough that it wipes out structures, then you're fucked either way. But I would think 100 miles across the ocean, you might be all right. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of fucking fallout and debris probably for the whole world to deal with, but you more than most people, I would imagine. Well, and winds and stuff tend to go east, so initially you'd get a lot, but I think as the air flow, naturally pushes it away, it wouldn't be as bad as, say, people, east of Israel. Like Iraq will be a nuclear wasteland if Israel gets nuked. And that is a great concern of mine. Iran is such a big fucking country, and like I was showing earlier, they've got these things that they've been putting underground for the last 4 years. And so yeah, they could have anything, and we just don't know. Like, I do have some faith, though. Like, I like to think that, you know, maybe this will go well. We could fucking end up seeing a good Iran someday, you know? Like, hopefully Iran doesn't have to get nuked, and the people that live there can someday take their country back. That would be fucking awesome. Callie's headed home. Oh, good. But yeah, it's fucked up. It's all fucked up. I don't like it. Kale should be an hour away. Nice. Yeah, our son is coming home from college today, which is also stressful because he's driving. Yeah, it is, dude. Well, and there's a lot of people that are really upset with the war. I think there's some people on the right even that are pissed at Trump because, you know, we got another war started. And I'm kind of pissed at him to a certain extent because it's like, dude, why do we have to have this war? But I also think that this war was placed into motion way before Trump came along, and there's really nothing he could do about it. I think it's too convenient that, you know, he ran on not starting any new wars, that the fucking powers that be would cause this to happen. They would force this to happen. And going back to when Obama gave Iran billions of dollars on fucking pallets in the middle of the night, everybody said that was a bad idea. You can't just give Iran billions of dollars. They're going to use it to proliferate their nuke program. Oh, no. We that could never happen. In fact, we owe them this money. Like, dude, I wish I had a time machine because we need to go back and prevent that shit from happening. Like, I don't understand, dude. Somehow 9/11 happened. We go to war with terror, and then terror takes over the entirety of the West, and we lose everything. Like, that's pretty much what it looks like from my point of view. We've got a fucking Muslim communist running New York City. How does that fucking happen? Like, you would think that after 9/11, the people of New York would never, ever, ever, ever entertain some shit like that. But here we are. And we'll probably have another 9/11. Only it might be real this time, you know? And it'll be 10 fucking times worse. Yeah, that's really the only way they're able to get these fucking weirdo fucks into our government is they import a bunch of voters from places that vote for that shit. You know, but if you suggest that our population is being replaced by a population that will be more compliant with communism, you are an asshole. Anyway, I'm going to go, you guys. I've been sitting here ranting for a couple hours. I might just start doing more stuff like this. I don't know. I've kicked around that idea, you know. Like, I see there's a guy on YouTube named Matt Morse right here, right? This guy. His whole stream is basically restreaming another stream and talking about it. And so I feel like I could do the same thing, right? Like, Matt, you sit down there, I'll sit up here, and we'll talk about the same
Yes,
shit.
Princess, thanks for all you do. What are you
You
going to
know,
do for the 4th
we'll
of
just
July
get
this
rid
year?
of
That's a
that
big one.
there.
That's a good
Now
question.
it's just, you know, what's the difference, right? If he can capture other people's feeds and show it like this, then I can capture his feed and we can have a conversation, basically.
Probably a good thing to do.
But
Okay,
I've
thank
been
you very
thinking
much.
about doing something like that. Or I see Matt does a lot of capture of this one, or really any camera feeds, you know. And then we'll just sit here and watch. I've seen a couple other people doing it as well. Like I watch Smoke and Scan. And these are channels that I do recommend. Not this live intel one. They're a bunch of fucking... Dude, actually, this stream right here, this intel cams, most of the people in here are on Iran's side. It's pretty sick to watch. So, yeah. And you have to subscribe to be able to talk in there. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a subscriber. And I don't really like to talk in there except for to tell people the truth. So it's kind of fun. But, yeah. Matt Morse is doing a good job. He's, you know, an American, and he believes in America. And I don't know if Smoke and Scan is live. He might not be, but he was earlier. See, this is the one I was watching last night.
It's got to be super fucking smooth by now. What's up, Adam?
So Smoke and Scan, normally he will do police chase videos where he'll watch a police chase happening in real time and then talk about it, basically. And the scan is that he's like using a scanner to, you know, listen to everything. Hey, thanks, Ranger Dave. I appreciate it, man. But yeah, here lately he's been doing a lot more like coverage of riots and different wartime stuff. Let's see, I need to go back just a little bit more.
He choosing her fucking dress and straight bike down the street to her date. Ain't happening. You ain't gonna do it. You ain't gonna see it. They just built different. Bro.
There was one last night that was really loud.
Dude, they're showing them pretty decent.
Try to find it. And you hear this fucking guy with the grinder in the background? He was doing that shit for fucking the whole day last night.
Two, when you go and eat, you realize the portion size. You're gonna be like, well, wait a minute, like down here. Yeah, dude, just the shockwave is knocking you down. Cleaner food too. Their food, they're not, you know, the crazy dyes and all that shit. They don't have it. Look at their ketchup and look at our ketchup. Both Heinz, but it's a different.
This is Beirut as well. So Lebanon decided to launch rockets at Israel after the attacks on Iran, and so that's why Israel is bombing Lebanon.
Which there shouldn't be. It's Heinz. It's the same company and the same bottle. It should be the same everywhere. Holy shit.
So yeah, I'll rewind that a little bit. You can see. If you watch close, there's a building in here that will just drop, and then there's an explosion that happens, and then you see all this stuff go flying in the air, and then there's another explosion that happens a split second later that just wipes that building out.
Cleaner food too.
Like, watch down in here.
Their food, they're not, you know, the crazy dyes and all that shit. They don't have it. Look at their ketchup and look at our ketchup. Both high.
I'm going to slow it down. Yeah, I appreciate it, Audio Judge. So yeah, watch. I think it's down in here.
But it's a different. It's a different.
Don't listen to Damon and his weird slowed down voice though. Keep watching.
Ingredient list.
Going to be forever because it's 25% speed. Okay, there it goes. I'm starting to see movement right here. Yep, you can see that building start to implode, basically.
There should
And then you got the initial blast, which probably did bring that building down, right?
same
And so there's shit flying into the air because of that initial blast.
company in the same bottle.
And then there is another explosion, and that's where you're seeing all this fire mixed in, and it's a lot bigger. Which to me, that suggests that whatever was in that building was the explosive, right? So what probably happened here is that Israel found out that there was somebody in this building making bombs, and then they blew it up, and then it blew up really big afterwards because there's two different explosions.
Holy shit.
And it takes a while for the sound to hit the camera.
Baby jump. Holy ketchup, both Heinz, but it's a different ingredient list, which there shouldn't be. It's Heinz. It's the same company in the same bottle. It should be the same everywhere. Holy
Like, you can see dust and shit down here, dude. That's like 3 blocks away.
shit. Holy fuck, that was a baby jump.
Well, and that's something that, like, I always kind of admired about the Israelis going back to my service is that if we got shot at by some people in a building, we would go into that building and we would send maybe a whole company of Marines in there. And, maybe a couple of them end up getting killed because they're trying to shoot and kill whoever's in the building. The Israelis, if they took contact from a building, they would just drive a tank right into the fucking building, shoot a tank round through the walls of the building until the whole building falls on top of the tank, and then they just drive the tank out of there. And then, guess what? Nobody on their side gets hurt because they're willing to do some fucking crazy shit, And so, yeah, it looks bad, but... if you walk up to somebody and punch them in the face and then they turn around and stuff your head between their legs and pile drive your ass into the pavement, you can't say, oh, well, what they did was just so bad. Oh, my God, I can't believe they did that. Like, bitch, you come asking for it, didn't you? And that's the case with Israel, Like, I love how the libtards will sit there and tell me about their grandparents that fought in World War II. My grandfather fought the actual Nazis in World War II. Well, did they take the Jews straight out the concentration camps and tell them to go fuck themselves? Or did they tell them that they would give them a nice little place to live and, we'll establish a country for you and we'll try to work things out with the people who live there? And that's pretty much what they did. And so it's like you got these liberals running around like being just completely against Israel. And it's like, dude, your grandparents that you celebrate for killing Hitler or whatever you think they did, they are the ones that established the state of Israel and fucking everything that you think you hate today. Like, if you could take a time machine and go back to World War II and bring those dudes to today, they would be willing to fight the Democrats. I am positive of it, because they would look at the Democrat Party today and they would think, what the fuck? Did we lose World War II? And every war after that? So yeah, I fully support Israel. I was in Israel in 2005 training with the IDF. You know, like I said, we landed somewhere here, probably near Ashkelon. I'm not entirely sure, but I know we were just above or just north of the Gaza Strip, and then we ended up convoying way down south to some fucking range where we did some training, and then we watched a demonstration of the Israelis using their bomb sniffing German Shepherds and how badass those were, you know. And so, you know, I would have been fighting right alongside the IDF then if something would have popped off. And, you know, they're our fucking allies. Like, I love how during Trump's first term, when we pulled our troops out of Syria, they said, oh, he's abandoning our allies. But then when we fucking go to bat for Israel, it's, this is just a Zionist fucking blah, 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 blah. You know, it's just bullshit. They're all in on supporting the Ukraine war. You know, let's go ahead and rattle fucking Russia's cage a little bit and see if they'll drop a nuke on our fucking heads, right? That's all fine and dandy. But if Israel's got to try to defend themselves from a fucking crazy-ass Islamic fucking terror state that's trying to develop nukes for the last 20 years while you fucking Democrats funded it, oh, all of a sudden we're the problem, right? Just like that school that allegedly got bombed by Iran, right? But, or, you know, it was, oh, the IDF is dropping missiles on the school. But then the video comes out and it shows that Iran fired a missile and it just kind of fell back down and landed on the school. And it's like, wow, that's exactly what I said. Exactly what I said. You know, in Iraq, we would have like checkpoints for the marketplaces because they were using vehicle-borne IEDs to blow up the marketplaces. They were driving cars full of bombs into the marketplace and blowing up hundreds of people at a time. So we started fucking stopping people and checking their shit before they would drive in there. And then the Iraqis figured out, and it wasn't just Iraqis, these were people coming from all over the world to do this shit. But either way, the Iraqis figured out that if they kept kids in the car, the guards at the checkpoint wouldn't stop them because no one's going to blow up their own kids. And then they drive the car into the marketplace. They get out the car and they take off running and they blow up the kids and they blow up 150 people at the same fucking time. And then they turn around and they say, oh my God, the fucking Americans killing us. They killed it. They say that the Americans did all that killing. You know, and so when you've literally seen it, you've seen the lies coming from these people. And then your fellow countrymen believe that, right? Like, we got people here in the United States that are probably still out there on the streets saying that fucking Israel bombed a school. And it wasn't Israel, it was fucking Iran. But they want to blame it on everybody else, and they probably did it on purpose. You know, that's what's going on in Gaza. They'll sit there and say, oh, the fucking Israelis had a hospital. No, you motherfuckers did it. And then you'll point the camera at it and say, oh, look at what the Israelis did. And then you got people over here that are stupid enough to believe the enemy, dude. That's the problem. They think that what we're saying is enemy propaganda. And then, you know, you go to Iran and they're literally showing their citizens AI slop videos of shit that ain't even happening. And somehow that AI slop is making it through to people here in the U.S. who then turn around and repeat it and believe it. We can thank Iran for EFPs. You were in Iraq 2010 and lost 2 guys from one. That sucks, man. Yeah, I went in '03 for the initial invasion, and then I went on a MEU in 2005. So I did go to Iraq, but it was, like I was saying earlier, we went to the Saudi Arabian border during that time. So I was kind of stuck down here watching the Border Patrol watch us for about a month, and then we ended up back on ship and back all over the fucking place, just waiting for something to do, which we never really got the order to go do anything, which sucked because, like I was saying earlier, our parent battalion was up in like Ramadi getting fucked. One of our sergeants got blown up and killed, and he had like just got married and signed for a house right before he left. One of our he was like a lance corporal. I think his name was Parker. He was like the model Marine of our fucking unit. You know, he was fast tracking, you know, meritorious promotion, all that shit, and just a good dude. And he got killed. And then, yeah, I don't know. I've talked about it a little bit, but my little brother was in 3-5 weapons company, you know, and for the first deployment in '03, I think he probably was dropping mortars and stuff, but then around, you know, mid 2005 or 2004 or so, I think they really didn't need much indirect fire anymore, and they were wanting people to clear buildings and shit. And so even where I was at, so I was at 2nd LAR at Camp Lejeune, and right down the street from us was 10th Marine Division or whatever, or 10th Marine Regiment, I think is what it's called. They were the artillery unit that is on Camp Lejeune. Well, they were all getting retrained to do room clearing shit in 2004, 2005, because, like I said, there was just not really a need for the indirect fire anymore. And so my brother ended up here at the Battle of Fallujah in 2004, which, you know, basically it was like the spring of '04. There was some contractors in Iraq that were ambushed and killed, and then their bodies were burned and mutilated, and then they like hung their bodies from a bridge, you know, and it was kind of an international incident. And because they were technically civilians, you know, and so then like the Marines that were there in Fallujah pretty much had like isolated the enemy down to a mosque, you know, and they were going to take them out, but they were wanting to blow up the mosque. And then I think fucking Bush himself pretty much shut that down. You know, he didn't want them to blow up a mosque or whatever. And so they stopped the offensive on Fallujah like that spring. And then they basically gave the enemy in Fallujah like 6 months to build up and get ready for a fight, because, you know, it wasn't till November of '04 that they started Operation Phantom Fury, which was the retaking of Fallujah. And I think the way I wasn't there, but the way it was explained to me is that you had most of the like coalition ground vehicles were lined up along the west, south, and east like a big U. And then the ground units lined up here at the north end, and they just pushed from north to south, and they cleared block by block through this whole fucking city. You know, and it took them 2 months to do it, basically, all of November and all of December. And on December 23rd of 2004, my little brother's unit was trying to clear one of the worst fucking places. Basically, the day before, another unit had been out there, and they had taken contact from this building, and they went into said building and tried to clear it, and they couldn't find anybody, but somebody had killed a Marine from in that building, right? So they were like, what the fuck? So then the next day, my brother's team or unit had to go to that place, to that neighborhood, and So anyway, they fucking go to clear that building, and I think it was like a couple buildings in, you know. So there's this guy named Jeremiah Workman, and he wrote a book called Shadow of the Sword, and that's where I got a lot of this information, basically. But he was a part of a separate section, or, you know, he was in my brother's platoon, but they were split sections. So, like, one section was on one side of the road clearing houses, and the other was on the other side of the road clearing houses. And as Workman's section was getting into their third building, they heard my brother's section on the other side of the road start to get into a firefight in their building, which was the main building that the other unit had taken contact from the night before. And so Workman and his guys tried to get across the street to the building where the firefight was happening. And I guess just getting to the building was fucked, because there was just an ambush taking place. Like, there was automatic gunfire ripping up and down the street that they had to cross, and it was just really fucked even getting into the building. But once they got inside, my brother's squad leader was standing there on the bottom floor, and they were trying to talk to him, but there was so much gunfire going off upstairs that they couldn't actually hear anything he was saying. So they all went outside, and once they got outside, this fucking lieutenant that was not part of their platoon, they didn't even know who he was, but he was obviously a Marine. He came running up and he said, "Is there Marines in there?" And they said, "Yes, sir." And he said, "Let's go." And so they just went running right back into the building. And then Workman ended up on the front of a really hasty stack, basically. And then he got nudged and went running up the stairs. And basically, my brother's squad leader, they had searched the whole bottom floor of this big house, and they didn't find anybody. So then they sent my brother with 3 guys, or a fire team. My brother was the fire team leader. They sent 4 Marines upstairs to check the rest of the house. And when they got up there, there was an estimated 30 to 40 enemy combatants in the upstairs against my brother's 4-man fire team. And they got fucked. And, you know, somehow they managed to make entry into one of the rooms with a shitload of enemy. And then it was just, it's really weird. I guess there was like fake walls and like hidden closets and all sorts of crazy shit. But, you know, they managed to get back out into the hall. And then my brother's team was throwing grenades into the room with all the enemy, and the enemy chucked a grenade out into the hall with my brother's team, and it went off, and everybody to get out, that he was going to cover them. And then I think like a second later he realized that he had been hit by the grenade, and he was dying. And so he leaned against the wall and he said, "I'm done." And then he fucking kind of slumped down onto his butt, you know. And then the saw gunner in their team stepped into the doorway and started engaging the enemy, and then he got cut down. And then the other 2 guys managed to go out a window basically at the end of the hall there, and they got out and got the fuck out of the building. And then that's when that's when Workman was making his way to the building, is when the gunfire started, right? And so Workman is downstairs as the other 2 guys have already come out the window. And then when Workman went up the stairs, all he could see at the end of the hall was my brother, and he was sitting down on the floor aiming at the doorway where the majority of the enemy was. But he said there was enemy just running around in there. And at that point, he realized he was alone on the fucking stairs. And so he tried to go back down to get the rest of the guys. And I guess it was like a river of bullets going down the stairs. And they said that, you know, he had to dive like down the last little flight of stairs. And then they had to drag him out of like enemy gunfire basically to get him back to the guys. And then when he got down to the bottom floor, he found out that that lieutenant that had showed up out of nowhere had basically stopped everybody else from going up there because he didn't think that Workman was even alive because of all the gunfire. And then, so, you know, the rest of the guys were downstairs fighting because they thought Workman was upstairs and probably dead because he was alone. But then he had managed to get downstairs, and then they ended up doing like 3 separate counter assaults over the course of like the next 3 hours, trying to get everybody's bodies out of there. You know, and at the same time, my brother's lieutenant like organized a different rescue party where they went across the rooftops from like the buildings next to it, and they managed to get my brother and Phillips, the saw gunner, out of there. And then Workman was still just fucking, you know, fighting the enemy. They were in the house fighting these guys at handshaking distance. He said that because of all the smoke and dust in the air, they couldn't see these dudes until they were like right on the end of your gun barrel, and all you would see coming out of the dust was a beard. And so when they would see that beard, they would start shooting. And every Marine that went in the house got wounded. And then Workman at some point was trying to bring a wounded guy out to the corpsman that was out at his Humvee. And when he got out to the Humvee, he saw, you know, 2 sets of boots sticking out of the back. And so he looked up in there and he could see my brother laying there. And he said the way he was laying there, it looked like he was in pain and shit, you know. And so he jumped up in the back of the Humvee and he was trying to check him and see if he was alive, you know. And so he was checking my brother's pulse, and he said that he was shaking so bad that he couldn't actually feel anything, you know, and he didn't trust that it wasn't there. And so he turned to the corpsman and he was like, "Doc, they need help." And the corpsman said, "No, they're all right." And Workman was like, "What the fuck do you mean they're all right?" You know, and he's like trying to get my brother's pulse, and he's not, you know, not moving, not responding. And then he said, "No, Doc, they need help." And the corpsman was like, "They're fucking dead, Workman." And then that's when he looked over at the guy that was laying next to my brother, and that was my brother's best friend. His name was Hillenberg, and his whole face was gone. And then Workman pretty much lost it and went and grabbed every other Marine that was not hurt. Like, he was grabbing truck drivers and just pulling them into that building. And then at the same time, there was an actual line unit that showed up, and, you know, they started assisting. And there was I think he was a major at the time. His name was DeGracier. He ended up going into the building, and he had to personally drag Workman out of that building because Workman was pretty much going to die in there trying to kill everybody. And, you know, and once they got Workman out of there and they got all the downed Marines out of there, they just blew up the whole building. And, you know, in the aftermath of all of it, they ended up pulling one of the enemy combatants out of the building alive, and they got him to a hospital where he was interrogated, and they found out that the enemy in there had, like, they had an RPK on a tripod, they had a fucking crate full of grenades, and they were pretty much waiting, you know. And the kid that they pulled out was 17 years old. He was from fucking Saudi Arabia. You know, and in that same battle in Fallujah, there was dudes from everywhere. Like, there's a guy named David Bellavia that got the Medal of Honor in November of 2004 in that same town in Fallujah here. And when he got the Medal of Honor, it was because his team had went into this building to clear it, and they thought they had cleared it all, and then everybody went to leave the building, and Bellavia was the last guy coming out. Well, he gets jumped by these 2 guys that were hiding in the building, and then he had to fucking fight them hand to hand, and I think he killed both of them with a knife, but the last one was British, and he was talking to him in perfect English with a British accent, telling him that he was going to cut his head off and put him on the internet. So, you know, a lot of people don't know, but Fallujah, and as early as 2004, there was a bounty on U.S. forces' heads over there in Iraq. And because of that bounty, there was people coming from all over the world to kill Americans because it was very profitable. And back in those days, they could lay a roadside bomb and just blow up any convoy coming by. And then that night, our news here in the States would confirm who was killed and by what means. And then those people that did the bombing would post their bomb work onto YouTube or whatever internet site they could. And that's how they would confirm that they were the ones that did the bombing. And between their confirmation of the video and the news saying who got killed, that's how they would get full confirmation of their action, and then they would get paid. And I have a sinking suspicion that there may be one source for all that money. But yeah, basically it was Live Leak was one of them. Yeah. But yeah, on December 23rd of 2004, my little brother was killed in action in one of these fucking shitty ass houses. And then I was told about a year after that happened that, you know, my brother's lieutenant called me one day at home and told me what had happened, but he left out a few details, you know, and maybe like 4 or 5 years ago now, some of the guys that were in my brother's unit then contacted me, and they wanted to come and see my brother's grave here in Montana. And so I was like, yeah, that would be fine. And so they came up and I met them. And then they told me that that day, or when that situation happened, that building actually had a tunnel that went from the building to the edge of the city, and that they didn't think they ever did get everybody. See, my brother's lieutenant told me that they had got everyone, you know. But the guys that came up and seen me a couple years ago, they said that they didn't, that there was a tunnel, and that they think a lot of the guys that did that shit escaped, and that there was way more guys in there than they thought to. Like, they thought that it could have been up to 100 enemy in that fucking house. You're in Idaho? Right on. Yeah, I live in northwest Montucky. Montrucky. We're not far from each other. Although I'm not leaving. But yeah, this is my neck of the woods. I grew up here in Troy, this little town of 1,000 people. It is a little fucking town. A little town. There is one blinking red stoplight down here by the fucking fire station, and it's just so they can stop traffic when there's a fire. Other than that, there's no stoplights. There's not even a McDonald's in this town. Where I grew up. Now I live over in our rival town. We're here in frickin' Libby. Yeah, his name was Corporal Raleigh Smith. He was, like I said, he was a mortarman with 3-5 Weapons Company. I think they all were, actually. Like Phillips and Hillenberg were all, I think, mortarmen, but they had got retrained to do that shit. It's like the town from Lightning McQueen, kind of. Only we're not even anywhere near an interstate. You know, the interstate's down here. Actually, it's down here. This is just all highway here. Dude, it trips me out looking at Flathead Lake. I think that this whole basin was also Flathead Lake at one time. You can see it's just kind of slowly receded. Yeah, a lot of the towns you see out here are right along the railroads. That's the only reason there is a town here is because the railroad came through. Well, and you know, gold was discovered here or something. Something was valuable there. In most cases, it was some sort of mine. Like Troy, we were pretty well known for the Asarco mine, which was out here. You know, it's this one right here. Now it's just called the Troy mine. But it's kind of an unstable job because of the price of silver. You know, when I was a kid in the 90s, the price of silver just tanked, and pretty much half the town lost their jobs because the mine closed. And then most of my friends and just most of the town had to move. And it kind of killed, you know, any industry that we had. The only thing we had left was forestry or logging. And then the environmentalists went ahead and killed that. When I was a kid, there was a cedar mill here where, you know, loggers would bring wood and have it processed into lumber, basically. And then there was a cedar mill over here in Libby where you could have lumber brought and processed into whatever. But now there's no cedar mill, there's no sawmill in Troy or Libby. All loggers that do any kind of logging in this area have to bring their wood either over, I think, to Bonners or all the way over to fucking Kalispell. Like, you know how expensive it is to drive a fully loaded logging truck from here to here when you literally used to just have to bring it from here to here? You know, and they were like, oh, you guys are raping the woods. It's like Fern Gully. These trees will never grow back. And, you know, this is a prime example of what logging can look like here, where they'll basically survey a square and then they'll go out there and they'll remove the trees that are, you know, worth removing, and then they'll leave a lot of shit. Or back in the old days, back in the 90s and before that, they would actually clear cut a section. Like up in Canada, if you look up here, they still do that, right? Like you look at what they're doing in Canada. But you can also see like the patchwork of where it regrows. You know, like if you look at the U.S. here, you can see where we've done that too over the years. We were definitely clear cutting a lot of different places. The nice thing about a clear cut is you end up with like a big field of grass, you know, which is a lot of food for the wildlife. Like the deer and the elk just love these clear cuts. You know, they like to hang out in them because they can see for hundreds of yards in any direction, which gives them advanced warning of predators. Plus, it's all the food, right? And then when we stopped allowing that here in the United States, I think a lot of our wildlife just went ahead and migrated right up to the fucking border, and they went on into Canada where they've got, you know, better everything. They got more food, all that. And then we stopped doing that here, you know, and because they thought that we were killing the woods, I guess. But it's like I've showed, you know, when I was a kid, my dad and I pulled up right here, and there was a lady and another dude shooting at a whole herd of elk out here, and this was a clear cut. This right here looked more like this right here. It was just bald. And you could see from the road all the way out here to like right here where the hill kind of drops off. It's like 300 yards. If you were to drive this road now, you wouldn't believe me that this was a clear cut, because these trees right here are 50 feet tall, and they were planted when I was about 15, 30 years. Like, that's what pisses me off, is that I consider logging and clear cut logging to be like mowing your lawn. And no one doubts that the lawn is going to grow back once you trim it. But for some reason, these people think that we can't cut down a section of trees and then replant them, or that they won't just simply grow back because of the wind blowing fucking seeds, wherever they need to go, basically. Like, over time, it's all going to regrow. And actually, back in like 1910 or some shit, most of this forest burned in a huge forest fire. And then, that was one of the main reasons for logging, was that we had roads that would take you out here to the top of most of the mountains in our woods. And the roads are still there. They're just overgrown because the Forest Service came in, like, when I was a kid and started locking up the woods. And so now we don't have near as much access to these mountains and these woods anymore. And when there's a forest fire out here on one of these fucking places, it takes us days to get to it, where before it would usually only take a couple of hours to get to it. And these mother truckers have the audacity to say that when we were putting roads out to everywhere, that there was more likely to be forest fires, which is completely false. When we had more access to the woods, there was about the same amount of forest fires, because let's be real, they get started by dry lightning. Whenever we have a thunderstorm that doesn't have rain with it, we get massive fucking forest fires. That's just what happens. And a big part of the reason for it is because you've got places out here in the woods where we're not allowed to get to. And then, if you go out to some of those places, you can't even walk through there because there's so much blow down timber everywhere that it literally makes it impossible to get through there. And then you just think, yeah, this is a fire waiting to happen, because it's just dead trees everywhere, and it needs to be cleaned up. Yep, and there's Bigfoot everywhere out here. There's gold. I've got this thing called the Mineral Resource Data System for Montana. It shows me every place that minerals have been discovered in the state. But when I click it, it's going to be a lot. See all the different marks. Actually, I can hear my computer starting to fucking like really ramp up the fans because of all these different marks loading in. But yeah, look at all the different places where minerals have been found. And then the nice thing is I can, check around where I live and see all the different places. Like, even in the town here, somebody's got a little marker for something right there. They're saying they found, well, I guess it's just stone. They're mining stone right there. That's funny. Next one. There's another one right there. There it is. Sand and gravel. I know, dude. Once the ground thaws a little bit more, I'm going to be out there. Yeah, this is the Cabinet Wilderness line here. This is a whole chain of mountains right here outside of our town where it's wilderness area, so you're not allowed to have like anything motorized up there. Can't drive, you can't ride a motorcycle, you can't bring a chainsaw. But there's some shit out there. Lots of gold. Some lead. Here's a placer mine, or this is an old placer claim for gold. There's also like the Gold Prospectors Association of America. They've got a spot out here along Libby Creek somewhere. I don't know if it's this one. And then there's like a public right here, Libby Creek National Gold Panning Area. There's an actual spot up there that's just open to the public to go and gold pan, but it's fucked. You're not going to find anything there. I finally got it, kid. I ordered a Gold Monster 1000 from Amazon, and the day I ordered it, I guess the company that I was getting it from was in New Jersey, and there was some kind of storm, like an ice storm that hit New Jersey, and so they weren't able to get it shipped out to me in time, or at all, you know. But then Amazon thought they did ship it, so then yeah, it was a shit show, and I couldn't get my money back for about a week. But then I finally got my money back, and then I went on Cabela's instead and just ordered one from them. So now I've got it back here, sitting back here behind me, up against the wall. But the ground is frozen. So there's really no point in even trying to go out there, because even if I do find something, I probably can't get it out of the ground. Like, you know how fucking terrible that would be? I'd be sitting there chipping away at a piece of ground, and then let's say I do dig up a section of the ground and I can scan it and get the signal. I'll probably have to bring that home and warm it up so that I can actually break it up enough to find the fucking gold in it, you know? So rather than do that, I'll just wait until it warms up a bit out here. I don't know. I've been thinking about Troy, though, because I know Troy being a little bit lower elevation, it gets warmer over there sooner, you know. But yeah, I want to go check some places. Like, I'd like to go up to Dorskills on Bull Lake, you know. Check that beach. Yeah. I don't know. I would like to find a nugget the size of my head, but I also wouldn't pass on finding some jewelry as well. This summer we should dig some holes. Fuck yeah. Well, and dude, I have not smoked any weed since last Monday. I'm about 10 days in on quitting smoking. I am eating the weed. In fact, I'm eating over 100 milligrams of edibles a day to be able to quit smoking, and it's barely fucking working. But I think I'm pretty much past the smoking now. Like, I really don't need it, you know. And I probably don't even need the edibles, but I'm kind of, you know, not wanting to stop doing those just yet because it's definitely helping. But yeah, it's very nice quitting smoking. I can fucking breathe, dude. My sinuses have been draining and clearing in ways that they haven't in so long. I just feel like an idiot. You know, I've been using nasal sprays and breathe right strips and all this shit. I had went and scheduled a surgery, you know, to try to clear out my sinuses, and then I backed off on it because I was scared because they were going to have me under for 3 or 4 hours, and I didn't think I'd wake up. So, you know, I didn't want to do that. Plus, we've got some friends that had that surgery, and they said that their sinuses went back to being fucked after a couple of months, which, coincidentally, they also smoke pot. And I think, you know, that's probably what it is. It probably is just, you know, that I have been inhaling smoke for so long that my sinuses just became fucked. And it's like they say weed makes food taste better, and it might in the short term, but when you smoke pot every day for 19 years, your sinuses get so gummed up that you can't smell anything and you really can't taste anything. And, you know, I got COVID and I lost my taste and smell during COVID, and then it kind of came back, but not fully, you know, and so I've been kind of hating food and just kind of been miserable about that ever since, like, for the last couple of years. And come to find out, it was probably because of my sinuses being fucked up from smoking. Because now that I've quit smoking, dude, I go to eat a piece of cheese, like sharp cheddar, and it's like got my cheeks fucking hurting again. Like there's some actual flavor there that I've been missing. And, damn it. Pisses me off because I did it to myself. And I know why, I mean, if you guys know me, you know that I've been using it as a big crutch basically for ever since I got out of the military, because for the most part it's to prevent the nightmares. I like to get good and stoned before I go to sleep, and then when I do, I don't remember what I dreamt about, or in most cases I don't even dream. And that worked great for many years, but then it's gotten to the point where I can't breathe so good, and now I can't sleep either. And so, yeah, I'm not dreaming, but I'm not sleeping. And, with me not smoking, I am dreaming. And it is tough/hard, or tard, which is what I just said. But yeah, it's fucking hard. Because there's a lot stacked up in my mind that I've been avoiding for a long time. But we'll get through it. And talking about it really helps. Having you guys here to talk to really helps. And I do appreciate that a lot. Like Zombie Boss, I appreciate you a lot, dude. And same with Blaze, Pete, all my regulars. You guys are the shit. You guys are probably why I'm here. On some level. Yeah, Gid. I'm getting my fucking taste back, dude. It's awesome. But yeah, I'm going to go now. That I said like an hour ago I was going to go, but either way. Yeah, I try. I try to be entertaining or informative in some way, I guess. Maybe sometimes I'm just an asshole and I'm just bitching. And, not everybody's going to like that, but for those of you that stick around and help me through it, I really appreciate it. But yeah, I'm going to go now. Have a good one, you guys. I'm going to eat the rest of my cookie. This is a 100 milligram cookie that I'm working on, which we're about halfway through it. It's not bad. It's like a peanut butter cookie, but it's got Reese's Pieces in it. Yeah, maybe that's why we get along. We're all assholes. But yeah, thanks for watching, you guys. Have a good rest of your day. And I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's Throwback Thursday. And I might actually do that. Might have to do something old school. All right. Have a good one, you guys. Thanks, Ranger Dave, and was it Audio Judge? Have a good one, you guys.